Hello everybody and welcome to Digimon World. This is a challenge for Digimon World where I will be defeating the final boss, Machinedramon, and aiming to achieve as many prosperity points as possible while sticking to the rules of the challenge. And the challenge is that I'm not allowed to receive any help from the city. I'm not allowed to use anything from the city. So, like the meat farm, I'm not allowed to use that. The item bank, I won't be allowed to use that. The item shop, the clinic, the restaurant, everything in the city, I'm not allowed to use, which obviously is going to create a challenge, because not being allowed to use the item shop is going to restrict me when it comes to items. Not being allowed to use the item bank is going to restrict me when it comes to inventory space. I'm not allowed to use the gym. That will restrict me when it comes to stats. And I'm also going to be restricted when it comes to recruitments, because not only am I not allowed to use anything in the city, I'm not even allowed to speak to any of the Digimon, and that is a requirement for some of the recruitments, and the fact that I'm not allowed to do that means that it's not going to be possible to achieve 100 prosperity points. And I'm diving straight in with the battle against Tokomon, because at this current moment in time there is nothing else that I can do. Even without the gym or any items, this opening battle against Digimon is still very straightforward. The reason why there's no items in my inventory is because I'm not allowed to speak to Tokomon and receive the items that you would usually get presented with. I'm not even allowed to use the toilet that's in the city. I'm not allowed to speak to Yuramon and get informed of the invisible bridge. I will still be able to gain access to the Great Canyon because of the invisible bridge skip. But I won't be able to encounter Olgamon at the Great Canyon because I won't be able to have Yuramon tell me about the bandits. Which means that Olgamon won't be recruitable, along with Shellmon and Whamon. The fact that, well, even if I was to be able to recruit Shellmon, I still wouldn't be able to use Shellmon's noticeboard, which would rule out Vadermon and Skullgreymon. And even if I was to be allowed, even if I was able to recruit Whamon, I wouldn't be able to have him take me to Factorial Town or the Secret Beach Cave. So that rules out all of the recruitments connected to Factorial Town. Andromon, Guromon, Metal Mumemon, Numamon. It's also one of the areas where you can encounter Nannymon, which means that Nannymon won't be recruitable either. I'm not allowed to use the shortcuts that Kunemon creates. I think you get the gist of it. It's a challenge where I'm not allowed any help from the city. I'm not allowed to use anything from the city. Not allowed to speak to any of the Digimon in the city. The only exception is speaking to Jijimon, so that I will be able to gain access to Mount Infinity. Because in this challenge, I would like to defeat the final boss, Machinedramon. So I will speak to Jijimon for that. But that's the only exception. I'm not allowed to use the city for anything else. And at this current moment in time, I'm pretty much just waiting until 3 PM so that I can encounter Colamon at the Cola Point and use him so that I can gain access to the tropical jungle. It's 10 AM, it's a bit over 4 hours until 3 PM. I don't fancy trying my luck against Dramoljamon or Kunemon or Palmon. So in the meantime, I'm just grinding for items, Digimushrooms, Happy Mushrooms, Blue Apples, Dulux Mushrooms. I'm just passing the time until then. I will at least have a food supply. You saw, like a moment ago, I fed a Digimushroom to Ogumon. The Digimushrooms have other uses. It's one of the items that's needed in order to be able to recruit Moljamon in Freezeland. There are 3 Moljamons in Freezeland who each want to trade 3 items with you. That's 9 items in total, and you have to trade 1 of each item with each of the Moljamon in order for Moljamon to join the city. And Digimushroom is one of the items that's needed for a trade. And in exchange for Digimushrooms, you get medium recoveries. And I've decided to speed the video up because it's just going to be me repeating the cycle, me just going to the same places, looking for the same items. And I was saying about the trades, yeah, getting medium recoveries in exchange for Digimushrooms is a very good trade. It's one way for me to be able to get recovery items. Medium recoveries, they recover HP by 1500. They would cost 500 bits to purchase. And medium recoveries are also one of the items that's needed for a trade with a different Moljamon. And in exchange you get super defense discs, which you can sell for 2000 bits, which is the value of 4 medium recoveries. So every Digimushroom that I collect can be traded for a medium recovery and then a super defense disc, and then sold for 2000 bits. Which means that every Digimushroom that I'm collecting has the potential to be exchanged into 2000 bits. And it's also 2 of the 9 Moljamon trades sorted. Happy Mushrooms, they increase your Digimon's happiness and reduce your Digimon's tiredness. The only downside is that they can make your Digimon sick, which is a bit of an issue in this challenge because I won't be allowed to use the clinic. But Happy Mushrooms are also one of the items that's needed for Moljamon trades. That's why I'm looking out for Happy Mushrooms. Blue Apples and Dulux Mushrooms, they're not needed for Moljamon trades. Blue Apples, they don't reduce your Digimon's tiredness, but they do increase your Digimon's happiness, and to a greater extent than Happy Mushrooms, and there's also no risk of sickness. Whereas Dulux Mushrooms increase your Digimon's stats, HP and MP by 100, attack, defense, speed and brains by 10. So I'm continuing to look out for those items. At the tropical jungle, I will be recruiting Bitamon and go into the Amida forest and recruiting Centauramon. But I won't be returning to the city from there. Instead, I will be going to the Great Canyon. And after arriving at the tropical jungle, the first thing I did was acknowledge the Digimon Bridge so that I now have easy access to the tropical jungle. I then recruited Colamon, and I'm now going to be recruiting Bitamon, and then heading to the tropical jungle. I am intentionally not taking Agumon to the toilet. When I was grinding for items, I had him mess on the floor, and I'm going to have him mess on the floor again in a moment, and that's something that I'm going to be continuing to do throughout this challenge, because there's going to come a point in which Tokomon will come in handy, and even though I don't want Tokomon right now, I would like to Digivolve to Tokomon later on. The Digivolution is something that I will reverse at Trash Mountain, but I will want Tokomon for a couple of things, and that's why I'm having Agumon mess on the floor. I'm working towards being able to Digivolve to Tokomon when the timing is right. You digivolve to Tokomon as a result of the virus gorge reaching the maximum, and you have to mess on the floor a total of 16 times in order for that to happen. We've messed on the floor twice, so we're 1/8 of the way there. I won't be immediately recruiting Centauramon. The reason for that is because there are 3 items that I would like from the Amida Forest. Mouldy Meat, Happy Mushroom, and High Speed Disc. And I'm going to refrain from recruiting Centauramon until I've got those 3 items. And therefore will ensure that I don't pick the correct exit until I've got the items that I'm after. And again, I've decided to speed the video up because it's just going to be more of the same. Me going through the Amida Forest, picking incorrect exits until I've got Mouldy Meat, Happy Mushroom, and High Speed Disc. And the exit on the left, I'm able to go to that exit without getting shot, which is what I'm doing when it's not the correct exit. And what I will do when I'm ready to recruit Centauramon, if the exit on the left is the correct one. The other exits, with the techniques that I've got, I have to get shot in order to be able to go to one of those exits. And until I'm ready to recruit Centauramon, I will have to pick one of those exits if the exit on the left is the correct exit. And my HP fell to the point where I needed to recover. Okay, I think that's us done. I can afford to get shot without getting sent back to the start. I have a Mouldy Meat, Happy Mushroom, and High Speed Disc. The correct exit is now the exit that I want, which is the one on the right. Requires getting shot. It's okay, we're here now. The Happy Mushroom is for a Moulgemon trade. Had I been successful with grinding for a Happy Mushroom, then I wouldn't have needed to have grinded for one at the Amida Forest. But I wasn't successful with finding one, so I resorted to the Amida Forest. The High Speed Disc is also for a Moulgemon trade. That's 4 of the items sorted already: Digimushroom, Medium Recovery, Happy Mushroom, High Speed Disc. And the Mouldy Meat is to help us with Frigimon's recruitment. If you go to Freeze Land with a Digimon that can't tolerate cold weather very well, and your Digimon ends up getting sick, Frigimon will rescue you. And if you then return to Frigimon with a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather, speak to Frigimon again and he'll join the city afterwards. And the quickest and easiest way to get sick in the quickest and easiest way for your Digimon to get sick is to just feed it a Mouldy Meat. It has a 100% rate of causing sickness. So at some stage, when I'm in Freeze Land with Agumon, I will feed him the Mouldy Meat, get sick, get rescued by Frigimon, and that will be the first step towards Frigimon's recruitment sorted. I will go to the Overdale Cemetery before going to the Great Canyon entrance. I can't enter Greylord's mansion because Agumon is a vaccine Digimon. In order for you to be able to enter Greylord's mansion, you need a virus Digimon. So Greylord's mansion is off limits at the moment, but we can still recruit Barkamon, which is what we're in the process of doing. Then we can go to the Great Canyon entrance and use the invisible bridge skip, and then enter the Great Canyon and have access to areas beyond that. Agumon wants to sleep, but I'm intentionally keeping him awake. There's a fair bit of work that I want to get done while I've got Agumon as my Digimon. There's a fair bit of stuff that I would like to get done before Digivolving. So instead of letting Agumon sleep, I'm choosing to keep him awake against his will, so that I've got more time to devote to the things that I would like to get done, and it will just make it more plausible for me to see to the tasks that I wish to see to in the time that I've got before Digivolving will be a possibility. If you keep your... Okay, I need to avoid the toilet now. If you keep your Digimon awake when it wants to sleep, when the clock strikes a new hour, your happiness and discipline will go down, and it will also be a step towards your Digimon becoming sick. But there is a way to counter this, and that is by producing an animation while the clock strikes a new hour, and I'm about to do that now. And I can get an animation from feeding Agumon. He wants to eat. So if he's eating while the clock strikes a new hour, then there will be an animation as the clock strikes a new hour, and that will stop my happiness and discipline from going down, and will also stop me from getting closer to my Digimon becoming sick. There are different ways that you can produce animations. You can praise your Digimon, you can scold your Digimon, you can give your Digimon an item, you can offer your Digimon an item. And for as long as Agumon wants to sleep, I will be aiming to produce an animation when the clock strikes a new hour, so that I don't have my happiness and discipline going down, and I'm also not closer to getting sick. The defense chip that I collected, that resulted in my infantry becoming completely full, but I then cleared up a space by giving the defense chip to Ogumon and boosting his defense by 50, getting it up to over 100. And part of the reason why I did that was to help with Ogumon's Digivolution. With all the different Digimon that Ogumon can Digivolve to, there is one specific Digimon that I'm aiming for, and I'm aware of the requirements that need to be fulfilled, and having defense at a minimum of 100 is part of the requirement. Yeah, with the green gym out of use, it's going to be harder for me to get my stats up. But the defense chip was a quick and easy way for me to get my defense to where I want it to be. And I do at least have one space in my inventory at the moment. Okay, so I've got one pegged stone, and all of my other stones are light stones. My tactics in this game of curling are pretty straightforward. If I have any pegged stones, use those first, because wherever they stop, they get stuck there. They can't be knocked about. So if you get a pegged stone on a good spot, then the points will be yours for the rest of the game. It won't be possible for your opponent to knock a pegged stone off of a good spot. And then my tactics are to use my heavier stones first and my lighter stones last. Because if you land a heavy stone on a good spot, then it's harder for your opponent to knock it off the spot than if your stone is a lighter stone. And during the later stages of a game of curling, sometimes it can be a good idea for you to knock your opponent's stones off of good spots. And that's something that lighter stones are better at than heavier stones. That's why I use pegged stones first if I have any, then heavier stones, and then leave the lighter stones until last. But in this instance, all I had was, apart from the pegged stone, nothing but light stones. So I didn't have any choice when it came to weight. You know, I used the pegged stone first, and then light stones was all I had left. And I'm thinking about this because after my turn we're both gonna have just one stone left. I'm currently trailing by a point. Okay, this makes us level. But you have to win at curling in order for it to be classed as a victory. Drawing isn't good enough. So I'm gonna need at least 1 point from my final stone. Okay, that was not the most convincing victory in the world, but a victory nonetheless. That's Penguinmon recruited, and we're now up to 9 prosperity points. We got 1 for Agumon, then 2 for Colamon, which put us up to 3, 1 for Betamon, which put us up to 4, 2 for Centauramon, which put us up to 6, 2 for Barkamon, which put us up to 8, and then 1 for Penguinmon, which put us up to 9. Right, so let's trade our Happy Mushroom, and let's trade all of the Digimushrooms that we've got. And then that leaves the high-speed disc, which I need to trade, as well as my medium recoveries. I will trade every medium recovery that I've got for super defense discs. And then, when I go to Gear Savannah, I can go to the item shop that's there, sell all of my super defense discs, sell anything else that's in my inventory which I don't want, and there's also items that will be available for purchase at the item shop. As well as Digimon cards as well, which are going to be needed in order for me to be able to get the amazing rod from the Shogun Gekkomon at the Volume Villa. But let's just take things one step at a time. At the moment, I'm doing the Moldramon trades. Okay, that's that done for now. This is where I make Agumon sick and get rescued by Frigimon. And I will then head to the Misty Trees. And normally you would just when going to the Misty Trees for the first time, normally you would just pass through and go to the Gecko Swamp, defeat Otamamon, speak to Shogun Gekkomon. He will clear the fog. Well, he will make it possible for you to be able to easily encounter Cherrymon, who clears the fog and steps aside so that you have access to Toy Town. But in this challenge, I'm going to be doing things differently. I'm actually going to be encountering Cherrymon before going to the Volume Villa. This is something that can be achieved. You just have to head to where Cherrymon should be and do it 10 times. The first 9 times you will end up elsewhere, but the 10th time you will end up where Cherrymon is, and you can speak to him. He'll clear the fog, you will have easy access to Cherrymon thereafter. And when I do eventually go to the Volume Villa, which will still require defeating Otamamon, I can speak to Shogun Geckomon, and he will give me a Digi-Seabass, which I can sell for 4,000 bits. Probably wouldn't be a good idea to feed it to my Digimon because of the risk of sickness, but I can still sell it for 4,000 bits. And the exploring that I'm doing at the moment, I am looking out for items, Digi-Mushrooms, Happy Mushrooms, Digipines, and again, I've decided to speed the video up because it's just me repeatedly exploring the misty trees, aiming for Cherrymon, looking out for items, Digi-Mushrooms I can feed to my Digimon. I can also do more Digi-Mushroom trades with the Moldramons, get more medium recoveries, trade the medium recoveries for super defense discs, get more super defense discs, sell the super defense discs, get more money. Happy Mushrooms, well, I can choose. Okay, we're here. I mean, I can feed them to my Digimon, but that will be risky because of the threat of sickness. And Digipines, they boost the training effects that you get from training. And even though I can't use the green gym, there are still other places in the game where you can do training. Cherrymon can train your brains, and this is one of the other reasons why I wanted to encounter Cherrymon early, so that I could train my brains and get it up to a minimum of 100. It's another element for the Digivolution that I'm aiming for. Not to mention that it will also help with upcoming battles. I don't plan to get into a tremendous number of battles while I've got Agumon as my Digimon. Oh, fancy that. There was actually a Digipine there. But there will still be battles. I imagine Otamamon will be the next Digimon that I will battle. Getting my defense up to 100 will help with the battle. You know, my HP is low, but I'll be a bit more resistant to Otamamon's attacks with my defense being improved slightly, and with my brains being at 100, I will have the attack command, which will help with the speed and it will help with like my Agumon's frequency of attacks. Agumon will attack more frequently. That will also help with the battle against Otamamon. Further to that, there is training equipment in the Gear Savannah. You can train attack and speed, and in doing so, I can get Agumon's attack and speed also up to a minimum of 100. Ahead of the battle against Otamamon. I won't battle him just yet. The battle against Otamamon will be easier if I wait until I also get my defense and speed up to 100. And that's also 2 more of the elements for the Digivolution that I am aiming for. I don't want to go to the Volume Villa until I have the ability to purchase the amazing rod from Shogun Geckomon. I ignored Otamamon because I want to go to the Gear Savannah item shop first, get Digimon cards to the value of 300 merit points, so that I'll be able to trade the cards into Shogun Geckomon and then get an amazing rod. Come here to Trash Mountain first, help myself to the old rod, and also recruit Sukamon. When I'm at the item shop, I should be able to produce medium recoveries, maybe some other items as well. And this is also very important because before battling Otamamon, I'm gonna want to be able to keep myself alive, you know, keep my HP and MP topped up. So I want relevant items in my inventory before battling Otamamon. I want to train my attacking speed as well, and then go back to the Gecko Swamp, defeat Otamamon, gain access to the Volume Villa, get the Digi-Seabass, trade in the Digimon cards, get the amazing rod, I don't need Shogun Geckomon's help with encountering Cherrymon because we've already encountered Cherrymon. Toy Town is available to us. My only interest in the Volume Villa is with the amazing rod. Okay, we're having another speed up because Biomon's recruitment is not going as smoothly as I would like it to. Repeatedly going to the wrong place. Repeatedly having bad luck. But Biomon has now shown up, and that's another recruitment sorted. Every rookie Digimon that you recruit earns you 1 prosperity point. Every champion Digimon that you recruit earns you 2 prosperity points. Every ultimate Digimon that you recruit earns you 3 prosperity points. The only exception is that there are 3 champion Digimon who aren't considered to be very good, and because of this they only earn you 1 prosperity point, and they are the 3 filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon and Nanimon. And in this challenge, Sukamon is the only one that we are going to be able to recruit, and we have already recruited him. He brought us up to 10 prosperity points, and then Whamon brought us up to 11 prosperity points. Okay, I want to focus on Digimon cards, but before that I'm gonna need to have money, so let's sell what's not needed. Decided to sell the MP floppies. I'll use medium MPs instead. Digipine I'll hold on to. Because it can boost the training effect. Happy Mushroom I decided to sell. Medicine I decided to sell. Hair Grower, no use for that. And obviously I sold all of the Super Defense Discs. So I'm left with just a handful of items in my inventory. I do plan to buy from the shop, but I just want to sort the cards out first. That puts us up to 30 points. 40. 50. 60. Now I'm going to have to get the other 240 from purchasing packs of 3. Okay, so 100 points, 130, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 220, 230, 240, 250, 255, 260, 265, 275, 283, 290, 298, 302, I think I made that. 2, 10, 17, 25, 35, 40, 45, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 120, 130, 140, 170, 200, 300. Not a great selection, but we do at least have medium recoveries and medium MPs, which respectively recover 1500 HP, 1500 MP, we will at least have items that we can use during battles to keep our HP and MP topped up throughout this challenge. Yeah, I didn't really have the money to buy much else, well, apart from 99 medium recoveries, but I do have a couple of medium MPs in my inventory from the Amida Forest, and when I have more money I can purchase more medium MPs. The other items available at the Gear Savannah item shop which I'm interested in would include autopilots and giant meats. But money is limited at the moment. But by returning to Friesland, we can trade 99 medium recoveries for 99 super defense discs. Sell the super defense discs for 198,000 bits. I think the profit will be 148,500. And then with that money, hopefully we can max out on medium recoveries, medium MPs, autopilots, and giant meats. Even if we can't, we can just keep doing more of the Moljamon money trick, trading medium recoveries for super defense discs, selling the super defense discs, and just keep doing that until we do have an adequate supply of money at our fingertips. I can't recruit Leomon at the moment, but I'm not here to try and recruit Leomon, not right now anyway. I'm here to train. I'm gonna force feed the Digipine so that I get a better stat boost. The effects only last until you feed your Digimon something else. And he wants to eat already. And when your Digimon first shows you the food bubble, you only have an hour and a half to feed your Digimon. Every time you train, it passes an hour. I don't want to not feed my Digimon, so the benefits of the Digipine were very short-lived. I think Digipines improve the stat gains that you get by 50%. Which is more effective than hawk radishes and super carrots. Super carrots, I think, only increase the stat gains that you get for MP, attack, and brains, and only increases it by 20%, whereas hawk radishes, I think it increases the stat gains that you get for HP, speed, and defense, and again it's only 20%, whereas Digipine, I think, increases the stat gain for all stats and increases it by 50%. And the benefits of super carrots, hawk radishes, and Digipines only last until you feed something different to your Digimon. I kept Agumon awake the first time, but let him sleep the second time, because with the training that we were doing, tiredness was at risk of becoming a problem. But by sleeping, we probably reduced his tiredness to 0. It also gave us an opportunity to save as well. I don't know if I've mentioned, but another thing that I'm not allowed to use is the save machine in Jijimon's house. And because of that, the only way that I'm going to be able to save is by sleeping, and saving while sleeping. And I'm pretty confident that even with letting Agumon sleep that time, I will still be able to get done the things that I hope to get done before Digivolving. That was my first time of saving, so I do have a sort of a safety net at last. You know, given that I was able to save, able to reduce tiredness and do the necessary training. I'm continuing to have Agumon mess on the floor because I'm continuing to work towards being able to Digivolve to Tokomon. I don't plan to Digivolve directly from Agumon to Tokomon. I plan to Digivolve from Agumon to a different Digimon, and then at some stage later Digivolve from that Digimon to Tokomon. I'm grinding for Otamamon. I'm now ready for the Otamamon battle. Okay, he's here, and I just want to check for any items lying around before I battle him. Doesn't look like it, so let's get on with the fight. When I was training, I suppose I could have waited for Agumon's appetite to kick in. before giving him the Digipine, as opposed to force feeding him the Digipine like I did. But I wasn't sure how long it would be before Agumon's appetite would kick in. And I don't begrudge force feeding Agumon. Most food items cause your Digimon's weight to go up, and in order for me to be successful with Digivolving to the Digimon that I'm aiming for, I will need my weight to be higher than what it currently is. Force feeding Agumon is probably something that I'm going to be forced to do. The Digi-Seabass would put his weight up by a fair bit, but would also come with the risk of sickness. So let's turn in the cards. $300 merit points. Amazing rod. And now if I go back to Gear Savannah, I can recruit a Lepmon, bring myself up to 12 prosperity points, go to the item shop, sell the Digi-Seabass. I did have 99 medium recoveries, used 2 against Otamamon, bringing me down to 97. If I buy 1 from the item shop, I'll have 98. And I plan to go from Gear Savannah to Mount Panorama, cut through to the native forest, clearing the boulders which currently separate Mount Panorama from the native forest, and I'll then have easy access from the native forest to Mount Panorama. And there's also a few items in Mount Panorama, medium recovery, medium MP, and various. So if I purchase 1 medium recovery, bringing my total up to 98, the one in Mount Panorama can bring it up to 99. If I was to get it up to 99 in the item shop, then I wouldn't be able to take the one at Mount Panorama because I would already have 99 and I would be forced to use one. It makes more sense to just have 98 when going to Mount Panorama. My number of medium MPs is very low, I think it's just 2. But every medium MP that I find will be 1 less medium MP that I'll need to purchase, and I'm a bit nervous here. I want to produce an animation. Okay, and the Digimon ran away. I was worried I'd get into a battle there, so I produced an animation hoping that the Digimon would run away, and it did run away. And one thing that I don't want to be seeing in this challenge is the butterfly. The butterfly is something that can show up if your Digimon's happiness and discipline are both in the negative. the butterfly causes your Digimon's happiness to go up, but causes your stats to decrease and shortens your lifespan as well. Something I don't want to be seeing. So I praised Digimon a few times so that I would get his happiness up to the positive, and now there's no risk of the butterfly occurring unless my happiness was to fall into the negative. When it comes to rookie Digimon digivolving to champion Digimon, you need to have had the rookie Digimon for a minimum of 3 days in order for it to be able to digivolve. Tomorrow is when we will reach the point of 3 full days and Digivolutions will become possible, so I'm going to be looking to Digivolve tomorrow, and between now and then try and achieve whatever progress I can achieve. Cutting through Mount Panorama is pretty useful because it will clear the boulders. I won't be able to recruit Yuramon because in order for him to show up at Mount Panorama, you have to speak to Yuramon at the clinic, but that's not allowed in accordance to the rules of this challenge. But Mount Panorama is still useful for other things. And if I go to the Dragon Eye Lake, I don't think I've been to the Dragon Eye Lake yet. There's a computer in there with a medium MP, which will bring us up to 4 medium MPs, and I can also use the amazing rod to go fishing and catch a Digi-Anchovy and black trout, 2 of the items that are needed for Moldramon trades. And that will be 6 of the 9 Moldramon items traded, leaving just a Super Carrot, Omni Floppy, and Giant Meat. I won't be able to recruit Vegimon in this challenge because that will require speaking to Tokomon. And even if I was to recruit Vegimon, I wouldn't be able to purchase a Super Carrot from him because that would go against the rules of the challenge. But that's not the only way that you can get a Super Carrot in this game. Looks like black trouts don't like Digimushrooms, but that's okay, because Digi-anchovies do like Digimushrooms, and black trouts like Digi-anchovies. So this Digi-anchovy that I've just caught, I can use this as bait to catch a black trout. And then I can use another Digimushroom to replace the Digi-anchovy, which just got used up catching the black trout. So essentially I used 2 Digimushrooms to catch 2 Digi-anchovies, and then used one of the Digi-anchovies to catch a black trout. I was saying about super carrots, the red Vegemon that you can encounter in the game, if you defeat them in battle, they will sometimes drop a super carrot, and that's how we will be able to get a super carrot in this challenge for the Moljamon trade. Conveniently, you get an Omni Floppy in exchange, which is one of the items that one of the other Moljamons wants. And then that just leaves a giant meat, and that's no problem whatsoever. We can purchase giant meat from the item shop in the Gear Savannah. So we'll be able to recruit Moljamon. Not right now, but it's definitely an achievable recruitment. And he's one of the Digimon who works at the secret item shop in the city. And in order for Ninjamon to show up on the Digimon bridge, you need to have recruited one of the Digimon who works at the secret item shop. If Moljamon is... out of the Digimon who work at the secret item shop, if Moljamon is the first one that we recruit, then he'll be the one who will create the opportunity for us to encounter Ninjamon on the Digimon bridge and recruit Ninjamon. I won't be able to recruit Unimon or Vadamon at Mount Panorama, but I will still be able to encounter Mumemon. I can probably use Mount Panorama as a shortcut when going from... if I want to get from like the native forest to Gear Savannah. There are also items in the Mount Panorama, the ones in the computers, the medium recovery, medium MP, and various, plus items that you can find lying around, Digimushrooms, Happy Mushrooms, Big Berries. What I'm doing at the moment is going back to Friesland, intent on trading my 99 medium recoveries for 99 super defense discs, trade the Digi-anchovy and black trout, trade whatever Digimushrooms I've got for medium recoveries, and then go to the item shop at Gear Savannah, sell the 99 super defense discs, sell the items that come from trade in the Digi-Anchovy and Black Trout, and then hopefully be able to max out on medium recoveries, medium MPs, giant meats, and autopilots. Agumon wants to sleep, but I'm gonna be keeping him awake against his will for the time being, because there is work to be done. I've just pretty much explained to you what the plan is. Okay, just going to pause here for a bit, but there's a speed up so that it will be a lot more brief for you viewers, and when I resume, what I would like to do is grind for 2 ice mushrooms. And the reason for that is because it will help with the Digivolution that I am aiming for. I want to... well, I'm going to need to force feed Agumon in order to get his weight between 26 and 34, and I will also need to get his discipline up to a minimum of 90%. I will do the force feeding first, get my weight where, well, I mean, I'm going to grind for 2 ice mushrooms first, and then when I think if I do everything that I said I would do, and then when I'm at the Gear Savannah item shop, force feed Agumon so that his weight is between 26 and 34. Then repeatedly praise him so that I can get my happiness to the maximum. Discipline will be at the minimum, but by feeding the 2 ice mushrooms to Agumon, that should put our discipline up so that it's close to the maximum. You know, it should be like 90% or higher. And then the weight plus the discipline plus the stats, that should be enough in order for me to digivolve to the Digimon that I would like to digivolve to. There are 4 things that influence Digivolutions: stats, care mistakes, weight, and bonus condition. And out of those 4 things, you have to fulfill a minimum of 3 of them in order for a natural Digivolution to be possible. When it comes to Rookie Digimon digivolve into Champion Digimon, you need to have had the Rookie Digimon for a minimum of 3 days before the Digimon will be able to naturally digivolve to any of its champion Digimon. If you don't succeed with fulfilling 3 of the requirements for any of the natural Digivolutions. Oh, there's one on Ice Mushroom. Then once 4 days have elapsed, your rookie Digimon will digivolve to Numamon. Oh, and there's the... Okay, we managed to get 2 Ice Mushrooms, and it only took a handful of tries. I don't want Agumon to digivolve to Numamon. I'm aiming for a natural Digivolution. Natural Digivolutions become possible once you've had a rookie Digimon for 3 days. And then Digivolve into Numamon, well, that only happens after 4 days if you are unsuccessful with fulfilling any of the natural Digivolutions. When it comes to the weight requirement, you just need your Digimon's weight to be within a certain range. The range that we need is 25 to 35, but I'm aiming for my weight to be between 26 and 34, because even though having my weight at 25 would mean that it would be within the range of 25 and 35, which is the range for the Digimon that I want to digivolve to, it would also be within the range of 15 to 25, which would mean being within the range for Digimon that I don't want to digivolve to. And if my weight was 35, then it would be within the range of 25 and 35, which is what's needed for the Digimon that I want to digivolve to, but it will also be within the range of 35 to 45, which is the range for a Digimon that I don't want to digivolve to. So by having weights between 26 and 34, I'm only within one range, and that range is the range of 25 to 35. Care mistakes, usually the care mistake requirement for a Digimon usually would be you either need to have a minimum of a certain number of care mistakes, or there's a limit with how many care mistakes you can have. With the Digimon that I'm aiming for, I have gone massively over the care mistake limit. But it's okay, because you only have to fulfill 3 of the 4 requirements in order for the Digivolution to be possible. I won't be fulfilling the care mistake requirement but I am fulfilling the stat requirement and will also be able to fulfill the weight requirement and the bonus condition. When it comes to the stat requirement, there can be more than one element to it. There might just be one element where you have to have HP at a minimum of a certain amount, or there could be two elements where you need HP and MP at a minimum of a certain amount. There could be three elements where you need HP, attack, and brains at a minimum of a certain amount. And in order to be successful with fulfilling the stat requirement, you have to be successful with every element of the stat requirement. So you know, if there's more than one element, then you have to fulfill all of those elements. Just fulfilling one of them won't be good enough. Failing to fulfill just one of them will mean that the stat requirement is not being fulfilled. The bonus condition is different. The bonus condition can be linked to a number of different things, like how full your happiness is, how full your discipline is, how many battles you've had, who your partner Digimon is, how many techniques you've got mastered. And the bonus condition can have more than one element, but you only have to fulfill one of the elements of the bonus condition in order to fulfill the bonus condition. And the bonus condition only counts as one of the requirements, regardless of how many of the elements you fulfill. It doesn't matter if you fulfill one element, two elements, three elements. It's all the same. It will be classed as the bonus condition being fulfilled, and the bonus condition will only count as one. And I'm interested in getting my discipline up because it's the bonus condition for the Digimon that I'm aiming for. I've already got the stats that I need to have. My weight isn't currently where it needs to be, my discipline isn't currently where it needs to be, but that can be sorted. Stats are already sorted, and care mistakes don't matter, because even without the care mistakes, I can still get 3 of the requirements, and that's all that I need. Okay, weight is 15. Giant meat puts weight up by 2. So that's made it 17. This will make it 19. This will make it 21. This will make it 23. This will make it 25. Okay, I'm now going to praise Agumon until I get his happiness to the maximum. This isn't harming my discipline. My discipline was already at the minimum. Now we can work on our discipline while continuing to add to our weight. Happiness and discipline are both very close to the maximum. Weight is at 29. I will sleep. Agumon will go to the toilet in his sleep, which will add to the virus scourge. Our weight will go down, but it will still be in the range I want it to be in, 28. But now there's... well, I suppose my main objective now is simply to digivolve. I've got the stats, I've got the weight, I've got the bonus condition. I imagine that we probably have a number of hours on our hands before Yuramon will digivolve. But our stats are a bit better than they were when we started the challenge. We've got some items, and I suppose I can pass the time by going to the drill tunnel and defeating Digimon. And there's also Whamon and Kunemon not too far from here. Plus the Dragon Eye Lake. Machinedramon is available at the Dragon Eye Lake twice daily. Once at 8 AM, once at 5 PM, and 8 AM is only about 3.5 hours away. Okay, so with this Digimon defeated, the Digimon in the underground pond will now take an interest in us and provide us with the opportunity to carry dirt for him, which will speed up us being able to gain access to the next part of the drill tunnel and then the lava cave, I do plan to do the dirt carrying, but not with Agumon as my Digimon. I would like to Digivolve first and do the dirt carrying after Digivolving, but the dirt carrying is at least available to us now that the Dramojamon's been defeated. I'm no longer interested in Digimushrooms now that I've got giant meats. I'll continue to look out for Dulux mushrooms. There might be other items that I might look out for, but certainly Digimushrooms are not of any interest to me anymore. I have easy access to medium recoveries and can trade them for super defense discs and then sell the super defense discs at a substantial profit. And after a fairly lengthy pause since our most recent recruitment, the most recent recruitment being a Whamon, we have finally recruited another Digimon, Kunemon, bringing us up to 13 prosperity points, creating a shortcut that we won't be allowed to use. But dropping an MP chip, which I plan to use after Digivolving. And now we can move our attention on to Whamon. Won't be able to use her meat farm, but she'll bring us up to 14 prosperity points. And she'll drop a brain chip as well as giving us a bit of money. Okay, so, not ready to Digivolve yet. Machinedramon is about an hour and a half away. That doesn't mean that there isn't anything at all that we can do. One thing that I would like to do is learn Magma Bomb. And we've got a tiny bit of time on our hands, so we can go to the drill tunnel and attempt to learn Magma Bomb from battling Goborimon. That's what I'll be doing for the time being. Magma Bomb did get used, which creates the chance for us to learn it. Meat gets dropped, but no Magma Bomb. In order to learn a technique from a battle, your Digimon needs to be capable of learning the technique. You need to be fighting a Digimon that's capable of using the technique. But during the battle, you don't have to get hit by the technique, nor does the technique have to get performed properly. All there has to be is an attempt to use it. No joy that time either. I don't pick the attack command until Magma Bomb gets used, because I don't want to immediately, pick the attack command and then defeat Goborimon really quickly before he gets a chance to use Magma Bomb. So I sort of ease off to begin with by not picking a command, giving him more chance to use Magma Bomb. And then I pick attack once Magma Bomb's been used. Another meet, but still no sign of Magma Bomb. And we've entered 8 AM. So I need to be getting to the Dragon Eye Lake and catching Seadramon. I don't want to go to Beetle Land just yet, but by at least catching Seadramon and becoming friends with him and getting presented with the blue flute, we will then have easy access to Beetle Land, so we'll be able to go there no problem in the future, and we'll also get the 2 prosperity points for Seadramon, which will put us up to 16 prosperity points. I mean, even though you get the prosperity points for Seadramon, he doesn't, like, join the city as such. He remains at the Dragon Eye Lake. And so I don't begrudge receiving assistance from Seadramon and having him take us to Beetle Land. In my mind, it's not defying the rules of the challenge. In my mind, by receiving help from Seadramon, we're not receiving help from the city. Because he doesn't, like, join the city as such, even though you get prosperity points from becoming friends with him. Okay, I suppose I will just go back to trying to learn Magma Bomb from the Goborimon in Drill Tunnel. There's not really anything much else that I can think of at the moment until after we Digivolve. Oh, okay, Agumon is not going to be messing on the floor because we are Digivolving. Some of you may have figured out that Greymon is the Digimon that I am aiming to Digivolve to. And Greymon is the Digimon that I have Digivolved to. Tamer level goes up. Stats have probably taken a fair increase, and we can begin by giving Greymon our MP chip and brain chip. I will still be heading to the drill tunnel, but not to try and learn Magma Bomb. That is to go onto the back burner for now. Instead, what I'm interested in is the dirt carrying. Every bit of... well, you have to carry 10 piles of dirt in total. Each pile of dirt you carry results in Dramolgemon giving you 500 bits. Your HP goes up by 50. Your attack and defense go up by 5. So if you carry your 10 piles of dirt, that will reward you 5,000 bits and result in your HP going up by 500 and your attack and defense going up by 50. You can't do all 10 in one go. Your Digimon ends up getting tired. I think 7 is the most that you can do in one go. The reason why I defeated Dramoljamon, Palmon and Kunemon while I had Agumon as my Digimon was so that I would have maximum energy when making a start with the dirt carrying. Battles do consume energy, they do cause tiredness, but by doing the battles with Agumon and then digivolve into Greymon and immediately making a start with the dirt carrying, tiredness would be at the minimum, energy would be at the maximum, and I would be able to see to the majority of the dirt carrying with Greymon as my Digimon. Had I digivolved to Greymon and then battled Dramoljamon, Palmon, and Kunemon, then even though the battles would have been easier, I might not have been able to have done as much dirt carrying because of energy that might have gotten consumed from those battles. Having done what we've done, I will now be going to Beetle Land. I can recruit Kunemon, and there is some highly effective gym equipment at Beetle Land. You can train HP, attack, speed, and defense. And you can also rest in Beetle Land as well. I can't rest in the city, I can't rest in Jijimon's house, that defies the rules of the challenge. I can't rest at Centaurmon's clinic, because that defies the rules of the challenge. But I can rest at Beetle Land. I can train in Beetle Land, but my focus at the moment is on resting. Well, recruit Kunemon first, then rest, and then hopefully be able to see to the remainder of the dirt carrying, and then have access to the lava cave, where I will be able to battle and recruit Yuramon, and then have access to the whole of the lava cave. Yuramon drops an attack chip. There are 2 more attack chips in computers in the lava cave, plus a quick chip. That will all come in handy. There are other items as well, but it might not be wise to collect them during our first visit, because infantry space could be a problem. And after recruiting Yuramon, we can then get the ball rolling with Dramoljamon's recruitment. And it's also progress towards Leomon's recruitment as well. Because when you defeat Yuramon, the whole of the lava cave becomes available to you. And I don't want Tentomon battling me. If I offer the blue flute to Greymon, he'll reject it. And the animation has enabled me to safely get away from Tentomon. Yeah, the whole of the lava cave becomes available. There's a spot where you can speak to Jijimon, and then if you return 3 days later, he'll be done digging and will join the city. As for Leomon, if you recruit Yuramon and have a minimum of 45 prosperity points, there's a different part of the drill tunnel where you will be able to proceed to Leomon's ancestor's cave, obtain his ancestor's stone, and then present it to him in Gear Savannah, and he'll join the city afterwards. I don't want to let Greymon sleep. I would like to keep him awake against his will and see to the rest of the dirt carrying, and then let him sleep once the dirt carrying is done, ahead of the battle against Yuramon. It shouldn't be a problem with producing an animation when the clock is about to strike a new hour. I can offer Greymon the blue flute, he will definitely reject it, and the animation will carry us through to the next hour without any hindrance to our happiness, discipline, or risk of sickness. Okay, so I can do more dirt carrying. I think there's just one more left to be done. And it looks like the amount of resting that I did wasn't adequate, because I wasn't able to see to the last one. So I had to sleep, and then I was able to see to the last bit of the dirt. In order to move this boulder, your Digimon needs to be at least a champion. Your Digimon needs to be either a champion or an ultimate. It's not possible for any lower ranked Digimon to be able to move the boulder, so we wouldn't have been able to have moved it with Agumon as our Digimon, but we were able to move it with Greymon as our Digimon. And it would make a nice bonus if I was to learn Magma Bomb from this battle against Yuramon, because that would save me from having to learn Magma Bomb elsewhere. You know, I still haven't learned Magma Bomb and would like to learn it. Yuramon has been defeated. Attack chip obviously gets dropped. No technique learned. I could have learned any of the techniques that he uses. Heat laser, magma bomb, dynamite kick. I was most interested in magma bomb, but I didn't learn that. I didn't learn any technique. I'll help myself to the attack chip, but leave the medicine for now. I don't want that weighing down my inventory. If we go in here and speak to Jijimon, he'll be ready for recruitment 3 days later. It's day 5, so day 8 we will be able to recruit him. There's one more attack chip in the lava cave, plus a quick chip as well. I'll ignore the protective floppy for the time being. I don't want that weighing down my inventory. I'll ignore the next room, which has a super defense disc. I don't want that weighing down my inventory. And I'd like to benefit from the item chips immediately, get my stats better at the earliest opportunity, and have more inventory space while we're at it. Okay, I will now backtrack to a previous part of the drill tunnel where the Goborimons are, and I will continue to try and learn magma bomb. I had no joy when Agumon was my Digimon, but I'll try with Greymon, and statistically I don't think Magma Bomb is the hardest technique for Greymon to learn. I'm just getting the statistics up. Apparently Greymon has a 22% chance of learning Magma Bomb. Same as Agumon. So it should take about 4 or 5 attempts. meat, but nothing else. So we will try again. When I had Agumon, you know, my stats were a lot more basic, so I only fought one Goborimon. But now that we've got Greymon and better stats, I feel comfortable enough to take on 3 Goborimons. The fight will be a bit tougher, but there'll be a much better chance of Magma Bomb getting used, and it getting used more quickly. Meat and Magma Bomb. I'm not actually hugely interested in using Magma Bomb throughout this challenge. It's more to do with the fact that by learning Magma Bomb, it will help with later learning Meltdown, a technique that I am interested in. I think Yuramon has put us up to 20 prosperity points. I think we had 12 before recruiting Whamon and Kunemon. They brought us up to 14. I think Jijimon then brought us up to 16. Kunemon brought us up to 18. Yuramon has brought us up to 20. I am interested in the Dino region, because you have to defeat Tyrannomon and Meteormon. Both Digimon drop a HP chip, which combined will increase our HP by 1,000. And, well, you have to defeat Tyrannomon in order to have access to the whole of the Dino region, where you can then defeat Meteormon. By then, if you then return to Tyrannomon, speak to him, he'll join the city. And if you then go back to where Meteormon was, Nanimon will be there, and it will be our first time of encountering Nanimon, and he will drop the accessory which will enable you to carry 20 items instead of 10, something that's going to be very handy in this challenge, with the item bank. being out of bounds. Even though I can't recruit Nanimon, I can still encounter him, and I would be very eager to get his accessory, which will enable us to carry 20 items. I won't be able to get the accessory which enables us to carry 30 items, but I can at least get the accessory which will enable us to carry 20 items. And then be a lot less restricted when it comes to infantry space. I will be going to the Dino region soon, but I've come to Beetle Land because I wanted to get my speed up to 300. The gym equipment here in Beetle Land is pretty effective. And with the green gym being out of commission, you know, if we're going to train our stats, then we're gonna have to do it somewhere. We can't do it at the green gym. But Beetle Land is an effective place for training HP, attack, speed and defense. We can also rest in Beetle Land. Trash Mountain is an effective place for training MP. As for brains, I believe that Cherrymon in the Misty Trees is the only way that we will be able to train brains. I don't think it's any more effective than the green gym, but I think it's the only option that we've got, and I, you know, used that option when I had Agumon as my Digimon. When getting my brains up to 100 to help with digivolving to Greymon. Greymon wants to sleep, and so now is the ideal time to go to the Dino region. I will initially have to keep Greymon awake against his will, but I can produce animations accordingly by offering Greymon the blue flute. We can defeat Tyrannomon, then travel to Meteormon, and then sleep and save just before the Meteormon battle. Reason for that is because the battle against Meteormon is very key, because as well as defeating Tyrannomon as part of the requirement for recruiting Tyrannomon and being able to encounter Nanimon, I also want to learn Meltdown from the battle against Meteormon, and it's because of that why I learned Magma Bomb, because Meteormon uses Meltdown, Magma Bomb, Megaton Punch, and Tremor. Greymon can't learn Megaton Punch or Tremor. He can only learn Meltdown and Magma Bomb. And if I had gone into the battle against Meteormon without knowing Magma Bomb, then Magma Bomb would interfere. There would be the risk of Magma Bomb interfering with our attempts to learn Meltdown, because we might learn Meltdown instead of... We might learn Magma Bomb instead of Meltdown. Statistically, we're more likely to learn Magma Bomb. But by learning Magma Bomb beforehand, there's no risk of it interfering with our attempts to learn Meltdown, because we're going to be going into the battle against Meteormon with Meltdown as the only technique that we will be able to learn from the battle, thanks to us already knowing Magma Bomb. So from here, just go to where Meteormon is, make sure I use the HP chip before entering the battle, make sure I sleep and save before entering the battle. I will sleep and save right next to Meteormon, so that after waking up, I can challenge him straight away. If I'm not successful with learning Meltdown, then I can reset and try again. And if I continue to be unsuccessful, then I can keep resetting, keep retrying, and just keep at it until I do eventually learn Meltdown. The only thing I will say is that if I keep like resetting and retrying and I'm just copying like the exact same actions, then the outcome of whether or not I learn Meltdown won't change. So I will need to go about each individual battle differently. You know, I will need to change something as a way of creating possibility for me to learn Meltdown. I've got numerous commands available to me: attack, moderate, auto. So it should be easy enough for me to sort of change a variable during each battle. You know, one battle where I just attack and do nothing else, another battle where maybe I pick moderate, attack, and then use one of my techniques, and then pick attack for the rest of the battle. If that doesn't work, then use moderate for like my first two techniques, and then use the attack command for the rest of the battle. You know, just as long as I'm doing something differently. See, Meltdown. Apparently I've got a 14% chance of learning Meltdown. Is that like roughly 1 in 7? Meltdown learned. After resetting, I didn't challenge Meteormon immediately. I waited a few ticks, and again, that was in the interest of trying to change the variables, trying to get a different result. I didn't pick a command at first. I didn't want to be too offensive straight away because I didn't want to defeat him before giving him a chance to use Meltdown. But once he did use Meltdown, I then picked the attack command and aimed to get the battle over with as quickly as possible. And I didn't rush through the text because I don't know if it's my individual game or maybe the version of the game that I've got, but there seems to be a bit of a bug where if I go through the text too quickly, then the game will be very prone to freezing. And one way to combat this is to not rush through the text, and in particular pause on the bit of text where he says about checking out the island and pause for about 30 seconds. That has a high success rate of preventing the game from freezing. I did speed it up so that it was only brief for you viewers. I will have the same issue when recruiting Leomon in Gear Savannah, and when speaking to Devimon in Mount Infinity. I would also have the same problem with Devimon in Greylord's Mansion. But we're not going to be encountering Devimon in Greylord's Mansion in this challenge. And we are now up to 22 prosperity points and the ability to carry 20 items as opposed to just 10. Okay, I think I can now go to the drill tunnel, go to the lava cave, and loot the items that I previously left behind. The medicine, protective floppy, super defense disc, and I think I will follow that up with trying to get a super carrot from the red Vegimon in the native forest. If I can get a super carrot, then that will put me in a position where I will be able to recruit Moljamon, because all that's left to be traded is super carrot, omni floppy, giant meat. Giant meat I already have in my inventory. Super carrot is the item that I will be grinding for against red Vegimon, and omni floppy will come from trading the super carrot. So if I get a super carrot, trade the super carrot for the omni floppy, trade the omni floppy for whatever item I get in return, and then trade a giant meat for an autopilot, and Moljamon will join the city, and Ninjamon will be available for battle on the Digimon bridge. The giant meat is the item that I will trade last. The reason for that is because out of the 3 Moljamons, the one that you do the 9th and final trade with is the one that joins the city. And then you lose the ability to do any future trading with that Moljamon, whereas the other 2 Moljamons remain in Friesland, and you can continue to trade with them. And the Moljamon who wants a giant meat, who is also the Moljamon who wants a black trout and high speed disc, he's the Moljamon who I value the least when it comes to the trading that you can do with him, the items that you can gain from him. So I always like it if I do the other trades with the other Moldramons first, and make sure that the 9th and final trade is with the Moldramon who I want to be the one who joins the city, because I don't feel a huge loss from losing the ability to trade with him, but I would feel a bigger loss from losing the ability to trade with the other Moldramons, especially the one where you trade medium recoveries for super defense discs. The gist of what I'm saying is never do all 3 of the trades with this particular Moldramon until you've done all 3 of the trades with the 2 other Moldramons. And since I've got a medicine in my inventory, it might be worth looking out for happy mushrooms, because benefits can come from happy mushrooms. There is the downfall of sickness, but I have a medicine in my inventory and therefore can treat sickness. Oh, I get a super carrot on my very first try. I am not going to grumble at that. I have a feeling the drop rate is 10%. You know, 1 in 10. If I'm correct about that, then you know, I'm very pleased to have got it with just 1 try, because statistically it should have taken 10 tries. Alright, well, we're now equipped to recruit Moldramon. And while I'm in Friesland, one other thing that I would like to do is try and learn muscle charge from the Snow Ogumons. I've got Meltdown, which is great, but if we can get muscle charge as well, then that will also be great. Apparently we have a 9% chance of learning muscle charge, which I think is roughly 1 in 11. This Greymon has fire as his first nature, battle as his second nature, air as his third nature, and that means that it's easiest for Greymon to learn fire techniques. It's harder for him to learn battle techniques, and even harder for him to learn air techniques. Greymon has the best statistical chance of learning fire techniques because fire is his first nature. It's harder for him to learn battle techniques because battle is his second nature, and hardest for him to learn air techniques because air is his third nature. You know, a Digimon who has battle as their first nature will have a better statistical chance of learning muscle charge than what Greymon has got. And a Digimon who has battle as their third nature would have a smaller statistical chance of learning muscle charge than what Greymon has got. I'm not sure if there was any need for me to fall off the cliff. I'm not going to be able to encounter Ogremon in this challenge or gain access to the Ogre Fortress. You know, I don't think there's any need for me being able to come down to the lower part of the Great Canyon, but I chose to fall off the cliff nonetheless. And from removing the rock that was stuck in the elevator, I now have easy access to the lower part of the Great Canyon. Don't want to get into a battle here. Can I save myself with an animation? Looks like it. Those are the snow Agumons that I will try and learn muscle charge from. I want to sort out Moljamon first, then I will backtrack for the snow Agumons. It doesn't help that my brains is under 300, because the absence of the distance command will means that I can't stop myself from attacking Digimon. And when you're trying to learn a technique from battle, the distance command can be very useful because you can hold back until the technique gets used, then defeat the Digimon and have a chance of learning the technique. And if I'm going to be using muscle charge, then at the moment I would easily be able to use muscle charge by picking the moderate command, but I would only be able to use 3 muscle charges in a battle. But get my brains up to 300, I'll be able to use 4 muscle charges in a battle. And I'm hoping that that would be enough for me to get my attack up to the maximum in battles, and then do some very serious damage with Meltdown. Okay, all sorted with Moljamon. I think we're up to 24 prosperity points now. Muscle Charge is next on the agenda. I will get my brains up to 300, but it's not going to be until some point after learning Muscle Charge. So I can't use distance as a way of stopping myself from defeating the Snow Ogumons before Muscle Charge gets used. Meltdown will do pretty serious damage against them. So what I can do is equip Spitfire and use the moderate command. That way I'll only use Spitfire, which is a lot weaker, and then once Muscle Charge gets used, I can then pick the attack command and use Meltdown. Saved MP by using Spitfire at the end there. Digimon MP gets dropped. Unsurprisingly, nothing else from the battle though. The Snow Ogumon's only one hit away from death, so made more sense to pick Moderate, use Spitfire and defeat him at the expense of 30 MP, rather than use Meltdown and defeat him at the expense of 318 MP, which is more than 10 times the amount. Only one Snow Ogumon participated, but Muscle Charge got used very early on, and it's been learned. It only took 2 attempts to learn Muscle Charge. I'm very happy with that. It looks like our Virus Gorge is only 2 away from being full. I'm very happy with that. And I think from here I will head back to the Great Canyon and see to Birdramon. She'll join the city. She'll fly us back to the city. We won't be able to use the Birdra Transport, you know, in accordance to the challenge. but we can at least get Birdramon recruited. Bring us up to 26 prosperity points. And from the city, we won't have to travel too far to get to the Digimon Bridge. See to the recruitment of Ninjamon. Bring us up to 28 prosperity points. And also help ourselves to a quick chip as well. Yeah, we should now be able to do very serious damage in the battles that we get into. Well, I wasn't able to get my attack up to the maximum, but you have to remember we currently can only do 3 muscle charges. Once we get our brains up to 300, we'll be able to do 4 muscle charges, and I'm pretty confident that with 4 muscle charges we will get our attack up to the maximum during battles. We can't use Kunemon's shortcut to the Digimon Bridge, so we're going to have to take the scenic route. So just run up a little bit and we'll get challenged. And conveniently for us, fire works very well against Ninjamon. Easy job. Okay, so we've got 28 prosperity points. We've learned Meltdown and Muscle Charge. We are able to carry 20 items. And we're not too far away from being able to digivolve to Tokomon. So I think from here I will cut through Mount Panorama into Gear Savannah. And I can visit the item shop, sell what's not needed, keep what is needed, and top up on whatever needs to be topped up on. Greymon needs the toilet currently. After he goes, I think we'll then only need to mess on the floor once more in order to digivolve to Tokomon. If I go to Trash Mountain, I can train Greymon's MP and get some very good MP increases from training MP at Trash Mountain. And I can train MP until Greymon messes on the floor, and then we will digivolve to Tokomon. And the reason why I want Tokomon is because he's a virus Digimon, which means that we will be able to gain access to Greylord's mansion with him as our Digimon. And even though it won't be possible to recruit Skull Greymon, we can at least see to the first part of Greylord's mansion and loot all of the items that are there. And I'm particularly interested in the MP chip and 2 brain chips. And when we digivolve back to Greymon, go to Trash Mountain and use King Tokomon to reverse the Digivolution, I can then give the MP chip and 2 brain chips to Greymon, and I will then have over 300 brains, which will mean having the addition of the distance and change target command, as well as the ability to do 4 muscle charges as opposed to just 3. But I won't be using Tokomon just for Greylord's Mansion. I will also pursue recruiting Monochromon while I've got Tokomon as my Digimon. And also, we can recruit Frigimon with Tokomon as our Digimon, because Tokomon is a Digimon that's able to tolerate cold weather. So if we go to Frigimon with Tokomon as our Digimon, then all we have to do is speak to Frigimon and he'll join the city. Yeah, we can't recruit Frigimon while we've got Greymon as our Digimon, but we can recruit Frigimon if we've got Tokomon as our Digimon. We can't enter Greylord's Mansion while we've got Greymon as our Digimon. He's a vaccine type, but we can if we've got Tokomon as our Digimon, and we can benefit from all of the items that are in there. Like pointed out already, the MP chip and 2 brain chips we will particularly benefit from. Monochromon can be recruited with any Digimon. I don't need to recruit him with Tokomon, but I think I would like to try and get Monochromon's recruitment out of the way, because for me it is one of the more dreaded recruitments, one of the more frustrating recruitments. So if I can see to Monochromon's recruitment while I've got Tokomon as my Digimon, that will be great. So to summarise, Digivolve to Tokomon, loot Greylord's Mansion, recruit Monochromon, recruit Frigimon, return to Trash Mountain, Digivolve back to Greymon, give him the MP chip and the brain chips, and then continue with progress continue with progress with Greymon as our Digimon. Yeah, Meltdown does cost a fair bit of MP, 318. If I'm going to be recruiting Garulamon, then I'm going to have to win the first battle against Garulamon, then win the rematch against Garulamon. You're not allowed to assist your Digimon during the second battle, and I don't want to be running out of MP during the battle. But by training it like we did, we got it up to 2,500. The MP chip in Greylord's Mansion will put it up to 3,000. There are a lot of item chips that I will be missing out on in this challenge, because there's going to be places I won't be able to go to, Digimon I won't be able to recruit. So I'm not sure like how far we can go with stats with regards to item chips, but I do feel that our MP did need a boost, and I'm glad to have done what I did. From here, the next destination is going to be Greylord's Mansion. We should have more than enough inventory space for all of the items that we will be collecting from Greylord's Mansion. I just hope that Monochromon's recruitment doesn't prove to be a massive pain. We're not going to have any issues with recruiting Frigimon or digivolving back to Greymon. Monochromon is what I'm most worried about at the moment. And we no longer have any reason for our Digimon to mess on the floor. So here onwards I will be trying to use the toilet or a portable potty, depending on the situation. Tokomon's usefulness will be over once I digivolve back to Greymon. I mean, the very reason why I will be digivolving back to Greymon is because, you know, there will no longer be any use for Tokomon. Okay, so we'll use the only door that can be used. And follow that up with the only other door that can be used. Help ourselves to an item, sirloin. And then the only other door that can be used. Help ourselves to an omni-disc and an autopilot. Then go through the only other unlocked door. That's all of the unlocked doors, but fear not, here is the mansion key. I won't be able to get it out of my inventory. It's going to be there to stay for the rest of the challenge. By putting it at the very end, it shouldn't get in the way. And we can now get through most of the doors in Greylord's Mansion. I do have OCD with, you know, using the mansion key on every door that it can be used on. So that every door is unlocked and I'll have free access through it, and, you know, regardless of whether or not I've got the mansion key on me, I mean, in this instance I won't be able to get rid of it. But that doesn't take away the OCD that I suffer from. We don't need to aid my Ultismon. Nothing beneficial will come out of it, but I will aid him nonetheless, purely out of the kindness of my heart. Have him give us the refrigerator key. We can use it on the refrigerator, get presented with the memo, go to the Overdale Cemetery, collect the sirloin, and then present it to my Ultismon, and he'll get back on his feet and will talk to us a bit. There's still 2 more doors I haven't gone through. One of them contains 4 items. The other just contains a trap. I'm going in here for the 4 items. And I will go into the other room and I will fall for the trap, and I will arrive near where the toilet is, and from there I'll be able to go to the refrigerator and then make my way to the cemetery. After you read the memo in the refrigerator, the sirloin will definitely spawn in the Overdale Cemetery. If you collect the sirloin, leave the Overdale Cemetery, re-enter the Overdale Cemetery, the sirloin would have respawned and you can collect it again, and you can keep getting it to respawn, keep collecting it. The sirloin doesn't stop respawning until after you give it to my Ultismon. Usually, when I do a challenge for this game, I collect 2 sirloins, give 1 to my Ultismon, and then put the other into the item bank, just so that I get satisfaction from having an item which is technically a missable item. You know, having an item that that I wouldn't have any chance of being able to collect, because if you don't seize the opportunity to collect more than 1 sirloin and you just give the sirloin to my Ultismon, you'll never see the sirloin again. But by collecting more than one, and, you know, holding on to one, you do at least get to keep hold of an item which you have no other way of getting hold of. But in this challenge, with the item bank not being available to me, and with inventory space potentially being an issue, I decided not to bother with any extra sirloins. I just collected one, gave it to my Noticeboard, and now we're done with Greylord's Mansion. Monochromon is next on the list. And every time we enter the Great Canyon, we have to use the invisible bridge skip. But I use the easy setup. A slow setup, but is pretty much foolproof. It's very hard to go wrong with the setup that I use. Right, so let's see how this goes. The shift is divided into two halves. You get 10 customers in the first half, 10 customers in the second half. There are 4 different Digimon that you can have as a customer. Goborimon, Weedmon, Gotsumon, and the Red Penguin. There are 3 different items that they can ask for: meat, portable potty, or medicine. You have 3 options: either maintain the regular price, raise the price, or lower the price. If you lower the price, then I think you can lower it by one of 3 different steps. If you raise the price, then I think you can raise it by one of 5 different steps. Obviously, you want to charge as much as possible for items, because the more you charge, the more profit that you'll make, and you'll have to make a certain amount of profit in order for Monochromon to join the city. I don't know the exact amount, but it's somewhere between 3,000 and 3,100. If you get 3,100 or more, then you'll be successful with recruiting Monochromon. My general guideline is that meat is highly insignificant. It's worth next to nothing. So when it comes to meat, I just maintain the regular price. As for medicines and portable potties, when the customer is Goborimon, I find that he tends to be the most easygoing customer. the most willing to pay high. So I tend to raise the price to the maximum for Goborimon. Gotsumon is less easygoing. I tend to raise the price by 2 steps. Weedmon is even less easygoing. I tend to raise the price by just 1 step. And the Red Penguin is completely unpredictable. And so usually with meat I just maintain the regular price, and with medicine and portable potty I just raise the price to the maximum. Okay, I think if I can sell this for 1400, I'm there. Okay, I'm there. And to speed things up, I can just charge the regular price for the rest of the shift. The risky thing with charging more is that it is possible for the Digimon to storm off. Which means that you don't make any money from that Digimon, and you also lose one other customer when that happens. So if one customer storms off, you'll get 19 customers instead of 20. If 5 customers storm off, you'll get 15 customers instead of 20. And when the second half of the shift started and Goborimon asked for medicine, I knew that I only needed to charge 1400 in order to reach the target. So instead of sticking to my guideline and trying to charge 1500 and increasing the risk of him storming off, I decided not to, you know, push the boat out any further than what was necessary, and I charged what I needed to charge in order to be able to reach the target. You know, my guideline is my guideline, but I will use, you know, common sense accordingly. If I'm close to the target and can get away with reaching the target while charging less than what I would normally charge, then I would do that. You know, reduce the risk of the customer storming off. If I'm able to reach the target, but, you know, have to charge a larger amount than what I would normally charge, then I would do that and, you know, have a bigger risk of the customer storming off. But what would be the point in sticking to the guideline and charging an amount which wouldn't be good enough in order for me to, you know, reach the target? You know, I do use common sense, especially later on. Especially when I'm on, like, my final customer and I'm in a position where it's possible to reach the target. But, you know, I might be able to reach the target while charging less than what I would normally charge and reduce the risk of them storming off. Or, you know, what I would normally charge might not be enough to reach the target, and then I'm forced to, you know, push the boat out further and charge a larger amount. There'll be a bigger risk of the customer storming off, but you know, if what I would normally charge won't be enough, then I'm gonna fail anyway. I don't want to let Tokomon sleep. I want to recruit Frigimon, then go to Trash Mountain, and I want to digivolve back to Greymon before 4 AM. So that after digivolving back to Greymon, if it's before 4 AM, Greymon will want to sleep, and you know, I'll have the opportunity to sleep and to save the progress that I've made. We're now up to 32 prosperity points. Monochromon made it 30. Frigimon has made it 32. Trash Mountain is our next stop. If I was to let Tokomon sleep, I think he would wake up at 4 AM, the same time that Greymon wakes up on. I would rather get back to Trash Mountain and okay, that was a bit weird. It was like I left the area, but then Tokomon went to eat the poop that was on the floor, delaying things, and we seem to have encountered a bit of a weird glitch where it said Gecko Swamp, it was a bit blurry, and some of the text is remaining, and the text continues to be blurry. Okay, well I think what happened with us sort of entering the next area of the misty trees, but then Tokomon going to eat the poop and eating it, but while we had left the area, it seems to have caused a bit of a strange glitch. Hopefully saving and reloading will reverse the problem, and hopefully nothing bad is going to come as a result of this. Okay, I have a happy mushroom. I can force feed it to Tokomon and boost his happiness. If it makes him sick, it doesn't matter, because that will go away when we digivolve to Greymon. He is sick, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so we're digivolving back to Greymon. The MP chip and brain chips are ready to be used. Greymon will want to sleep, which is convenient because it'd be really nice to be able to save the progress that's been made. So I think our stats are back to where they were prior to us digivolving to Tokomon, but now they will get better. MP up by 500, brains about to go up by 100. Various other items in our inventory, which mostly came from Greylord's mansion. We don't want Spitfire. We want Meltdown. And we want Muscle Charge. And we want to save, sleep, reset, and hope that the glitch will be history. After resetting, the glitch has gone away, and from the looks of things, nothing bad came as a result of it, apart from a bit of weirdness up until reloading, bringing our attention back onto the challenge. We're in Gear Savannah, and I think it makes sense to focus on recruitments in and around this area. The nearest is Patamon. I don't think we will need Muscle Charge in order to optimize the battle against him. I'm hoping 2 meltdowns will be enough to take him down each time. After this, we can move on to Gabumon in the Misty Trees, and again, I don't think Muscle Charge will be needed. Gabumon is a pretty basic opponent. Okay, it's 5 AM. Kokatorimon is available in the Misty Trees between 4 AM and 6 AM. If I go to the Misty Trees, defeat and recruit Gabumon, then I can make the most of Kokatorimon while he's available. Then I can move on to Freezeland, get the first Garulamon battle out of the way, and also improve my HP with the HP chip that he will drop. Then I can go to the Ice Sanctuary and recruit Angemon. I've got about an hour until Kokatorimon will no longer be available. But the battle against Gabumon will only consume 20 minutes. I'm sure I've got plenty of time to see to Gabumon and then get to the area where Kokatorimon is. I will equip Muscle Charge ahead of the battle against Kokatorimon. He's a much tougher opponent, and so I think there's a much better chance of Muscle Charge being worthwhile. Okay, we've made it to the area that Kokatorimon is in. Here he is. I was worried about Kokottorimon's finish. I was worried about how much damage it was going to do, but it turned out to be very weak. Quite a bit weaker than Megalospark. And I think that was my first battle of being able to do 4 muscle charges, and I'm pretty sure I did get my attack up to the maximum. So providing that I utilise muscle charge in the battles that I get into, I will be able to get my attack up to the maximum during the battles. And with Meltdown as my technique, I should be able to do some pretty good damage in battles, especially against Digimon that don't resist fire very well. Okay, so we're not going to be recruiting Yuramon here and now, but we can at least take the first step towards his recruitment. Once again, I was nervous about how powerful the finish was going to be, but then pleasantly surprised by how weak it was. I would say that Ice Statue did more damage during that battle than what Garulamon's finish did. Greymon is a vaccine Digimon, which means that we can enter the Ice Sanctuary naturally. We don't need to worry about the Ice Sanctuary skip. We can just go straight on in. There are items to be looted while we proceed through the Ice Sanctuary. There's one mandatory battle against random Digimon, but Meltdown will work very well against them. And then we'll be able to recruit Angemon afterwards. We were at 32 prosperity points, Patamon made it 33, Gabumon made it 34, Kokottorimon made it 36, so Angemon will make it 38. I would like to get up the Ugumon's Digivolution guide, just so that I can go over all of the possible Digivolutions. Agumon can naturally digivolve to a total of 6 different champion Digimon. Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centauramon, Monochromon, and Tyrannomon. If I begin with Greymon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 speed, and 100 brains. I was fulfilling that. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. I wasn't fulfilling that. I don't know exactly how many care mistakes I had, but I would say it was comfortably over 5. Every time your Digimon messes on the floor, that's a care mistake. Failing to feed your Digimon is a care mistake. When your Digimon first signals the food bubble, you have an hour and a half to feed your Digimon before the food bubble goes away, and failing to feed your Digimon is a care mistake. I'm pretty sure that I was successful with feeding Agumon every time, so no care mistakes came from that. But Agumon did mess on the floor a lot. And there was also one instance where I didn't let Agumon sleep, and another instance where I did let him sleep, but there was a delay with me letting him sleep. A number of hours passed by before I eventually let him sleep. And when your Digimon shows you the sleep bubble, I think it's a care mistake if you don't let your Digimon sleep on the very first hour in which the sleep bubble gets produced. Yeah, there were a lot of care mistakes that I had when I had Agumon as my Digimon. The weight requirement for Greymon is between 25 and 35. I was fulfilling that. And there's 2 elements to the bonus condition: either have discipline at a minimum of 90%, or have a minimum of 35 techniques, and I was fulfilling the bonus condition because of my discipline. And that's 3 of the requirements in the bag: stats, weight, and bonus condition. I felt that I didn't need muscle charge in that battle because I knew the Digimon would be vulnerable to fire, so I anticipated that Meltdown would do a fair bit of damage. So that was Greymon's Digivolution requirements. As for Miramon, the stat requirement is 100 attack. I was fulfilling that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. I was fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. I wasn't fulfilling that because my weight was above 25. And then there's 2 elements to the bonus condition: either have a minimum of 10 battles or a minimum of 28 techniques. I wasn't fulfilling either of those. My techniques would have been well under the requirement. As for battles, I had a battle against Agumon, Otamamon, Dramoljamon, Kunemon, Palmon, And I think I had like 2 or 3 battles against Goborimon. So that's like 7 or 8. I wasn't fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Yuramon, only 2 of the requirements. The stats and the care mistakes. I didn't have the weight or the bonus condition. Birdramon, the stat requirement is 100 speed, I was fulfilling that. Care mistake requirement, minimum of 3, I was fulfilling that. Weight requirement, same as Yuramon, 15 to 25, I wasn't fulfilling that. And the bonus condition, but there's 2 elements to it. One of them is a minimum of 35 techniques, the other is to have Biomon as your Digimon. I wasn't fulfilling either of those, so I only had 2 of the requirements for Birdramon, stats and care mistakes. Centauramon, the stat requirement, 100 brains. I was fulfilling that. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 3. I wasn't fulfilling that. Weight requirement, 25 to 35. I was fulfilling that. And there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. Have discipline at a minimum of 60%, or have a minimum of 28 techniques. I was fulfilling that because of my discipline. So I did also have 3 of the requirements for Centauramon, as well as Greymon, and it was the same requirements that I was fulfilling. Stats, care mistakes, and weight. Monochromon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP, 100 defense, and 100 brains. I wasn't fulfilling the stat requirement because my HP was under 1000. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 3, wasn't fulfilling that. Weight requirement, 35 to 45, I wasn't fulfilling that. My weight was under 35. And then there's 2 elements to the bonus condition, either a maximum of 5 battles or a minimum of 35 techniques. I wasn't fulfilling the bonus condition, so from the looks of things I wasn't fulfilling any of the requirements for Monochromon, and then that just leaves Tyrannomon. I've decided to come to Beetle Land because I would like to work on my HP. I'd like to get my HP up to about 4000. I'm just thinking about the rematch against Garulamon. I'm also thinking about other battles that I will be getting into. And I think 4000 HP I feel safe with. Greymon needs the toilet, but I don't particularly want to go into the toilet while I've got the sweat bubble. That's going to affect happiness and discipline. So I'm just going to sleep. He'll mess on the floor during his sleep. I've been able to save, so the progress that I've made since reloading at Trash Mountain is now safe. And it's day 9. Jijimon will be available for recruitment at the drill tunnel. But before that, I'm going to grind for Piximon at the tropical jungle. Try and get him to show up. And try to get his recruitment out of the way. The stat requirement for Tyrannomon is 1000 HP and 100 defense. I wasn't fulfilling that because my HP was under 1000. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 5, wasn't fulfilling that. Weight requirement 25 to 35, I was fulfilling that. And there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. A maximum of 5 battles or a minimum of 28 techniques. I wasn't fulfilling either of those, so I only had one of the requirements for Tyrannomon, that being weight. So Greymon and Centauromon were the only natural Digivolutions where I was fulfilling enough of the requirements in order for the Digivolution to have been possible. And I'm just going to repeatedly leave and re-enter until Piximon shows up. And he has shown up. And I've got a couple of protective floppies on me, and I think this would be a good battle to use one of my protective floppies because of how prone status harm is in this battle. I think it's fair to say that that battle was going pretty terribly. By the time Piximon used his finish, he still had maximum HP because all of my meltdowns had been blocked. And then my finish got interrupted. But the battle did then pick up because I did start to successfully get him with Meltdown, and he got paralysed, and his HP did then start to deplete pretty quickly. So I got there in the end. And I'm now up to 41 prosperity points, and I would like to go to Mount Panorama and grind for Whamon. So he's the Digimon that's now on my mind. When I had Agumon as my Digimon, I knew that I wanted to Digivolve to Greymon. I knew that there was the risk of Centauramon, and to combat this, out of attack, defense, speed, and brains, I made sure that even though they were all over 100, that brains was lower than the rest of them. I made sure that my attack, speed, and defense were all superior to my brains. You know, brains was the lowest out of those 4 stats, and that ensured that Greymon was the Digimon that I would have Digivolved to. Brains is a relevant stat for Centauramon, whereas attack, defense, speed, and brains are all relevant stats for Greymon. And if my brains had been above my attack, defense, and speed, then I would have Digivolved to Centauramon. But by having brains inferior to attack, defense, and speed, I Digivolved to Greymon. Okay, it didn't take too many tries to get Piximon to show up, and it didn't take too many tries to get Whamon to show up either. Alright, we're up to 44 prosperity points. If I carry on as if I'm heading to Gear Savannah, but then enter the drill tunnel, Dramolgemon will be ready for recruitment, which will bring me up to 46 prosperity points. I will then have access to Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, where I can help myself to an attack chip, but more importantly, help myself to Leomon's Ancestor's Stone, then I can go to Gear Savannah and recruit Leomon, which will bring me up to 48 prosperity points. And then if I backtrack to Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, Nanimon will be there and I can speak to him. It's not going to be possible to recruit Nanimon, but I would still like to encounter him at as many locations as possible. I've encountered him once so far, at the Dino region, and then Leomon's Ancestor's Cave will be my second time of encountering him. Okay, if I cut through to the other side and then enter from that side, I'll have less distance to travel in order to get to Leomon's Ancestor's Cave. With the Digivolution counter, you need to have a rookie Digimon for a minimum of 3 days, 72 hours to be specific. The only thing I will say is that the Digivolution counter can be misleading. The number of hours the Digivolution counter is at isn't always consistent with how long you've actually had the Digimon for. The main thing that can create the inconsistency is when your Digimon sleeps. Because when you let your Digimon sleep, depending on what rank it is, you know, baby in training, rookie, champion, ultimate, whatever, the Digivolution counter goes up by a fixed number of hours when you sleep, regardless of how long you actually sleep for. And so it's possible that how long you sleep for can be greater than than how much the Digivolution counter goes up by, or the reverse can also be true. When Agumon wanted to sleep for the third time, I kept him awake against his will, and did let him sleep, but not until hours later, and the Digivolution counter would have gone up for each hour that I kept him awake against his will, and then when sleeping it would have gone up by a fixed amount, which probably would have been more than how long I actually slept for, and so the Digivolution counter probably would have been ahead of how long I had actually had Agumon for. And because of that, I wasn't sure exactly when Agumon would digivolve. But when I woke up on day 4, you know, I was confident that the Digivolution wasn't too far away, and I was right about that. think I'll hold on to the medicines just in case I get sick or injured. It's not possible to purchase any portable potties, but there is a vending machine in Gear Savannah where you can purchase portable potties for 500 bits. You can also purchase, I think, small recoveries for 200 bits. I'm not interested in small recoveries. But I can use the vending machine to get some portable potties. And in my experiences, when you use the vending machine to purchase portable potties, you can sometimes win a double flop. But I'm not interested in double flops, double floppies. It's the portable potties that I'm after. The 20 portable potties, that should keep us going for the time being. We got one double flop from it. Okay, after a bit of a delay with going to the item shop and using the vending machine, I'm now finally focused on recruiting Leomon. And like with Meteormon, I'm not going to rush through the text, and I'm going to pause on the text when he says about us being able to count on him. I will pause for about 30 seconds, but I will speed the video up so it'll only be brief for you viewers. There it is. When speaking to Digimon in Greylord's mansion, the bit of text I have to pause on is when he says about saying hi to my Ultismon. That won't be relevant in this challenge because we're not going to be encountering Digimon in Greylord's mansion, but we will be encountering Digimon in Mount Infinity, and the bit of text that I have to pause on is when he says about not wanting a ruler. My discipline is high, so I think I'll be able to make it to the Mount Panorama toilet in time. You know, the higher your Digimon's discipline is, the longer they will hold on for. Yes, I didn't need to use any of my portable potties. Managed to make it to the toilet in time. So we're up to 48 prosperity points. Yuramon will bring us up to 50 prosperity points. And I think Yuramon first becomes available at 3 PM, which is only 4 hours away. But considering that I have made a fair bit of progress since sleeping at Beetleland, you know, recruiting Piximon, Mumemon, Dramoljamon, Leomon, sorting out my items, I would like to be able to save again before having the battle against Yuramon. So rather than battle Yuramon today, I think I will go to Beetleland, do some training, get to the point where Greymon wants to sleep, let him sleep, and obviously save as well. Then do a bit more training so that I get closer to the time in which Yuramon shows up. Then go to Beetleland and challenge Yuramon, and well, hopefully I'll win the battle. But if I lose, then, you know, the amount of valuable progress that I will lose will be less than if I was to challenge him today without saving beforehand and getting beaten by him. Out of the stats that I can train, I would say defense is the one that's most lacking, and most in need of some tweaking. And the absence of a toilet in Beetle Land is less of an issue now that we have potties. If I overdo it with the training, then I can simply rest. There's the Tokomon in here who lets you rest. With my discipline being so high, I was able to train one more time before needing to use the portable potty. And we've made it to the point where Greymon wants to sleep without any appearance of the sweat bubble, which is nice to see. Well, my stat... Well, brains is now my stat, which is the most lacking, but you can't train brains in Beetle Land. I'll just continue with defense. I feel a lot safer now, having got my defense up to 450. I wasn't sure how high our tiredness was. I wasn't sure if the battle against Yuramon might result in the sweat bubble, but I rested once after the training, which should prevent us from seeing the sweat bubble. It's 12 PM. I think we've got about 3 hours to get to Freeze Land from here. Well, 2¼ hours. And I've taken out Muscle Charge because I just want to... I'm hoping that Greymon will attack quickly and frequently, So rather than use Muscle Charge, where I will be a sitting duck to Garulamon's attacks and might get paralysed, I think it's better to just have Meltdown. And I did not want to get into a battle here. That was a silly move on my part. Easy victory, though. So yes, against Garulamon, I just want to use Meltdown, attack quickly and frequently, and hopefully defeat him before he gets the chance to do any serious damage against us. When he first becomes available at 3 PM, his HP is only half full. It's only 2,100. I think his HP becomes full at around 5 PM or 6 PM. So as long as I get to him in time before his HP is at the maximum, his HP will only be half full, which will make the battle a lot easier. And I think the last hour in which he's available is around 7 PM. So you have like a slot of like a few hours where Garulamon is available, and you want to get there during the earlier stages of the slot if you want to battle him while his HP is only half full. What's significant about Garulamon's recruitment in this instance is that it's going to put us up to 50 prosperity points, and therefore put us in a position where we can speak to Jijimon as a way of trying to progress towards Mount Infinity. Because in order for Jijimon to mention about Mount Infinity, you have to speak to him when you have a minimum of 50 prosperity points, and and your partner Digimon has to be at least a champion. So Garulamon's gonna put us into a position where our prosperity points are going to be at the necessary amount of 50. It's 2 PM, it's just a handful of ticks until 3 PM. It is now 3 PM, that was very good timing. 50 prosperity points is also the required amount in order for Etamon to feature in the native forest. And before I go to Jijimon, I will go to the native forest, and that's a Digimushroom, not the item I'm after. I will go to the native forest and see to Etamon's recruitment. I'd like to get that out of the way before I move on to the native forest. I mean the Mount Infinity. Before I move on to Mount Infinity, I would like to battle Etamon and see to his recruitment. Which will bring us up to 53 prosperity points, and then I will speak to Jijimon. Playing this game is a lot more tiring when you're not allowed to use any of the shortcuts that would normally be available to you, like Birdramon being able to fly you to places, the shortcut that Kunemon creates when he joins the city, the shortcut that you can get to Gear Savannah from Factorial Town, any other shortcuts that I might be overlooking. This game is a lot more tiring when you have to do things the hard way. I'm feeling quite worn out just from playing the game and having to do things the hard way, the long way. Can't imagine how my character must be feeling. He's the one who actually has to do the work. And wise move for that Digimon to not participate in this battle, because the Digimon would get obliterated by us. Now, as I said, speaking to Jijimon is the next thing that we are going to be doing, but there is a bit of a twist. when you speak to Jijimon, in order for him to mention about Mount Infinity, not only do you need a minimum of 50 prosperity points, and for your partner Digimon to be at least a champion, you also need to have recruited Greymon. And the requirement for Greymon to show up is to speak to Jijimon when you have a minimum of 15 prosperity points, and a partner Digimon who is at least a champion. At the moment, I haven't recruited Greymon. I've been avoiding that. But when I speak to Jijimon, even though I've got 53 prosperity points, and my partner Digimon is a champion, there won't be any mention of Mount Infinity. But if I exit Jijimon's house, Greymon will show up and challenge me, and after defeating Greymon and speaking to Jijimon again, there will be a mention of Mount Infinity. So not only do I have to speak to Jijimon in order for Mount Infinity to be accessible for me, I do also have to recruit Greymon in order for Mount Infinity to be accessible to me. And I've said that, you know, I want to defeat Machinedramon, I want to defeat the final boss, I want to have access to Mount Infinity, so I will do what needs to be done in the city in order for me to be able to gain access to Mount Infinity. And that means that I have to recruit Greymon. It's part of the requirement for me to be able to go to Mount Infinity. But I put it on hold until I had a minimum of 50 prosperity points. So when I go back into Jijimon's house and speak to him, he will mention about Mount Infinity, and then I will get challenged by Airdramon when leaving Jijimon's house. And my prosperity points will be up to 55. I could have recruited Greymon sooner. I knew that his recruitment was going to be mandatory, but I chose to go about the challenge in a way where I made it up to 50 prosperity points without recruiting Greymon, just so that you could see that Greymon has to be recruited in order for you to be able to get to Mount Infinity, because now Jijimon is telling us about Mount Infinity. And with Greymon recruited, we are now able to recruit Carbolterimon in Beetle Land. You don't have to speak to Greymon at the arena or anything like that in order to be able to recruit Carbolterimon. You just have to recruit Greymon. It's a bit like how recruiting Moljamon was enough for Ninjamon to show up. If we class Airdramon as being recruited, then we're effectively at 57 prosperity points. He hasn't officially joined the city. He doesn't join the city when you defeat him, the same way that Devimon and Metal Greymon don't join the city when you defeat them. The recruitment becomes official when you defeat Machinedramon. But if we choose to count Airdramon, then we're effectively at 57 prosperity points. Beating Machinedramon is compulsory for the official recruitment of Airdramon, Devimon and Metal Greymon. It's also compulsory for you to be able to encounter Digitamon in Mount Infinity and recruit him as well. But Megadramon, his recruitment is not linked to Machinedramon. In order to recruit Megadramon, you just have to defeat Megadramon, and that will be him recruited regardless of whether you defeat him before Machinedramon or after. I won't be going any further with Mount Infinity just yet. I came here so that I could loot the item that's in the computer, and I think you can only get to it by getting into a battle and clearing the Rockmon who was blocking the way to the computer. I would like to recruit Carbulterimon. That's something I would like to get out of the way. And I would also like to go to the item shop in Gear Savannah. Make sure I'm fully equipped with medium recoveries and medium MPs ahead of my journey through Mount Infinity. And also sell anything that I don't need, so that I'll have as much space in my inventory as possible for all of the items that are in Mount Infinity. So who can't I recruit in this challenge? Well, I can't recruit Vegimon because that would require speaking to Tainamon. I can't recruit Yuramon because that would require speaking to Centauramon. I can't recruit Olgamon, Shellmon or Whamon because that will require speaking to Yuramon. I can't recruit Vadermon or Skullgreymon because that would require consulting Shellmon's news board. And the fact that I won't have access, the fact that I can't recruit Whamon or have access to Factorial Town means I won't be able to recruit Andromon, Guromon, Metal Mumemon, Numamon, or Nanimon. That combines to 27 prosperity points. Subtract that from 100. I think that's 73 prosperity points. We're effectively at 57. Carbulterimon will make it 59. Devimon will make it 61. Metal Greymon will make it 64. Digitamamon will make it 67. Megadramon will make it 70. Muncimon will make it 73. Those Digimon are recruitable. It looks to me that 73 prosperity points is the most that's going to be achievable in this challenge, while sticking to the rules of the challenge. I mean, there was no problem with recruiting Ninjamon because I didn't need any help from the city. I just had to recruit one of the Digimon who works at the secret item shop. Greymon's recruitment had to happen in order for Mount Infinity to be an option. And the recruitment of Carbulterimon won't be a problem I'm not going to be getting any help from the city. The mere recruitment of Greymon is enough in order for me to be able to recruit Carboterimon. It's not like Yuramon where you have to physically speak to Centauramon, or Vegimon where you have to physically speak to Tainomon. You just have to recruit a certain Digimon, and then the Digimon in question becomes recruitable. If I had to comment on the challenge so far, well, all of the travelling has been tiring. Not being allowed to use Kunemon's shortcut, not being allowed to use the Birdra Transport, having to go to Gear Savannah for the item shop, having to go to Beetle Land for training and resting. Having to go to the Gear Savannah item shop in order to be able to more effectively manage my inventory space because of the item bank not being available to me. Having to initially collect food items on the ground and then change to using the Gear Savannah item shop for giant meat due to me not being able to get any food from the city, not being able to get any meat, giant meat or sirloins, not being able to use the restaurant. Being more limited with item chips because of certain battles that I can't encounter. The Olgamon battles, I mean, that set me back by 3 HP chips, 1500 HP. Not being able to recruit Skull Greymon, that set me back by an attack chip. Factorial Town. I mean, in the computers in Factorial Town, I think there's a HP chip, MP chip, brain chip, and defense chip. I think Guromon drops a defense chip, as does Metal Mamemon. I think Numamon drops an MP chip. So I have been more limited with stats, but the training that I have been able to do, the item chips that I have been able to get, plus muscle charge, it's all greatly helped. Yeah, for most of the battles I have been able to do pretty serious damage, and that's mostly down to meltdown and muscle charge, as well as having a Digimon who has a pretty powerful finish. It looks like we now only need to do 3 muscle charges in order to get our attack up to the maximum during battles, and that can only be because of our attack getting higher as we've proceeded further with this challenge. Mostly from attack chips that we've been getting presented with and given to our Digimon. I believe Jijimon will say that we are at 57 prosperity points, but it's 61 if we include Airdramon and Devimon. I won't defeat Megadramon on my first visit to Mount Infinity. I will go straight to Metal Greymon and then Machinedramon, and then when I return for Digitamamon, I will tie Megadramon in with Digitamamon's recruitment. It's just, if I was to defeat Megadramon on my first visit, then when I return to Mount Infinity for Digitamamon, and I have to pass through the area that Megadramon was in, there will be random Digimon roaming around, which will create a bit of a threat. But if I haven't defeated Megadramon by that stage, there won't be any random Digimon, because it will still be Megadramon, and I can just defeat Megadramon and then move on to Digitamamon, and not have to worry about random Digimon roaming around. It's for that reason why I didn't immediately recruit Electmon in Gear Savannah. I knew that I was going to pass through the area that Electmon is in a few times, and rather than recruit him when passing through the area the first time, I decided to just leave Electmon because if I had recruited him sooner, then when passing through the area that he was in, there would have been random Digimon roaming around instead, which would have been a bit of a threat. So I avoided random Digimon by just keeping it as Electmon the first few times. And yeah, eventually I recruited Electmon and then vacated the area. what better way than to finish a battle than with a finish? And Metal Greymon was a sitting duck, given that he was paralysed. Is it fair to say that we are at 64 prosperity points now? Well, it will be fair to say that after we defeat Machinedramon. Okay, I was not expecting Greymon to Digivolve. I assume it will be Metal Greymon. And it is. I can't say that I wanted Greymon to Digivolve. I mean, my stats will be a bit better as a result of the Digivolution, and I can still use Meltdown. The problem is that Muscle Charge is no longer an option. You have to have Champion Digimon for a minimum of 6 days, 144 hours, in order for it to be possible to Digivolve. And when you Digivolve to Tokomon and then de-Digivolve back to the Digimon that you had, I was under the impression that the Digivolution counter reset to 0. So I was confident that the risk of Digivolving wasn't something that I had to worry about imminently. I will carry on, but I would have preferred it if I had stayed as Greymon. Greymon's Digivolution counter must have been further along than I thought it was. I learned All-Range Beam, but I really don't care about that. I must have been fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Metal Greymon, and presumably it was stats, care mistakes, and bonus condition. If I get up the Digivolution requirements for Metal Greymon, the weight requirement is between 60 and 70. When I fed the sirloin to Greymon, I don't think my weight was anywhere near 60 to 70. Care mistake requirement maximum of 10. I think I was late with letting Greymon sleep at times, but I'm very sure that my number of care mistakes was within the range for Metal Greymon. Bonus condition, there's 3 elements to it. Discipline, a minimum of 95%. Have a minimum of 30 battles, or a minimum of 30 techniques. I think my discipline was in the maximum, so I think I had the bonus condition for Metal Greymon, and then the stat requirement, 4,000 HP, 3,000 MP, 500 attack, 500 defense, 300 speed, 300 brains. I must have had the stat requirement along with the care mistakes and the bonus condition. I can't think of any other reason why I would have digivolved to Metal Greymon. The Digivolution won't stop me from being able to do anything significant that I was hoping to do. You know, it's not going to stop me from being able to recruit any Digimon or anything like that. The biggest bummer really is the fact that I can no longer use Muscle Charge, and also I think Metal Greymon's finish tends to be less powerful than Greymon's finish. Yeah, I would have rathered stay at Greymon, but I guess the Digivolution came as a result of carelessness on my part, so I guess it's my fault for not monitoring things closely enough, not being observant enough. I mean, it's a great thing that I learned Meltdown with Greymon as my Digimon, and that I was able to pass that technique on to Metal Greymon. We are now at 64 prosperity points. We have 9 more to get, 3 more Digimon to recruit. Digitamamon, Megadramon, and Muncymon. We won't be able to recruit Muncymon in this lifespan because we would need to have Numamon as our partner Digimon, which isn't going to be possible. So we will have to end this lifespan once we've sorted out Digitamamon and Megadramon, go into a new lifespan and digivolve to Numamon, go to Toy Town, digivolve to Muncymon, then we can defeat Waru Muncymon and recruit Muncymon and also have the third Nanimon encounter. After we recruit Muncimon, we can encounter Nanimon in the room that Woru Muncimon was in. And that's 3 of the 5 encounters, and that's as good as it will get. We won't be able to encounter Nanimon at the Olga Fortress, or the Factorial Town sewer. I've come to the back dimension, but it's only to loot the items that are here. I won't be defeating Machinedramon, because if I was to defeat Machinedramon, then that would put me in a position where speaking to Jijimon would result in him presenting me with a chain melon, which would go against the rules of the challenge. It would be me receiving something from the city, getting help from the city, so I can't have that. I have to refrain from defeating Machinedramon here at the back dimension, but there's no harm in me helping myself to the items that are here, but there is harm in me getting into unwanted battles. The ray gun I can sell at Gear Savannah. The rest of the items are 1 of each item chip, so I can boost my HP and MP by 500, boost my attack, defense, speed and brains by 50. That will come in handy against Digitarmamon and Megadramon in Mount Infinity. The only other Digimon that Greymon can digivolve to is Skull Greymon. The stat requirement is 4000 HP, 6000 MP, 400 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, 500 brains. I wasn't fulfilling that. My MP and brains, I'm pretty sure, were both adrift of the target. Care mistake requirement minimum of 10. I'm pretty sure my care mistakes were under 10. Weight requirement 25 to 35. I can't really remember where my weight was when I digivolved. I think it might have been somewhere in the 30s, and so I might have had the weight requirement for Skull Greymon. And then the bonus condition, there's 2 elements, a minimum of 40 battles or a minimum of 45 techniques. I don't think I would have been fulfilling the bonus condition for Skull Greymon. So that's why the moment Greymon started to digivolve, I suspected that it must have been Metal Greymon that I was digivolving to. thinking about preparations to make for my next lifespan. Obviously recruiting Digitamon and Machinedramon are two key things to do. Revisiting Gear Savannah and making sure that I'm well off when it comes to items and infantry space. And also, in the next lifespan, I'm going to be fighting Muncimon with Muncimon. And I will have muscle charge. But apart from that, I think the only offensive technique I'll have will be Sonic Jab. Metal Greymon is capable of learning Megaton Punch. If we were to get into some battles with Metal Greymon as our Digimon and learn Megaton Punch, then when we digivolve to Muncimon in the next lifespan, we can have Megaton Punch and Muscle Charge, which should be enough in order to make the battle against Muncimon relatively straightforward. The only issue is that apparently Metal Greymon only has a 9% chance of learning Megaton Punch, which is roughly 1 in 11. DG dimension learned. In this instance, I would have preferred to have learned Megaton Punch. It would have saved me from having to get into random battles against Digimon in pursuit of Megaton Punch. The Great Canyon is quite a good place for learning Megaton Punch. The Gotsumons use it, the Goborimons use it. If you think about the path where you get challenged by Ogremon for the first time, there are 3 Goborimons there who remain there until Yuramon tells you about the bandits. So, those Goborymons will be there. They use Megaton Punch. I could use them as the Digimon to fight against in pursuit of learning Megaton Punch. Although I might need to switch Meltdown with Metal Splinter. Otherwise I might just immediately defeat them before they get any chance to use Megaton Punch. Nice one, Digitamamon. Kill yourself with your own nightmare syndrome. Genius. Right, we're up to 70 prosperity points. Jijimon will be able to verify that. Muncymon is the only Digimon left to recruit, which can't be done until the next lifespan. But we can still make preparations in this lifespan to try and put ourselves in the best possible position when we enter the next lifespan. Sorry Jijimon, but I won't be assisting you with Analog Man or Machinedramon. 70 prosperity points, as I thought. Okay, well, our infantry could do with having a bit of a clean-up. There are some things that we can sell. There are some things that we could top up on. That would be a good preparation for the next lifespan. Learning Megaton Punch, that's another thing. I think I'll probably target the Gaborimons in the Great Canyon. Use Metal Splinter so that I am able to... so that I don't, you know, kill them instantly, because I do need them to use Megaton Punch in order for me to be able to learn it. And I did sell the blue apples that I had, because I thought that they wouldn't be needed in this lifespan, and to be honest they probably won't be needed in this lifespan. But I am thinking about the next lifespan, and I wonder if it might be a good idea to have a blue apple and an ice mushroom. That way, if I feed those items to my baby Digimon the first 2 times that it wants to eat, then that will probably put my happiness and discipline both into the maximum or thereabouts. So maybe I might also grind for a blue apple and ice mushroom, just so that we can get a head start on happiness and discipline in the next lifespan. Okay, so medium recoveries, medium MPs, autopilots, giant meats, they're all at the maximum. Portable potties, I mean there's the option of me going to the vending machine and purchasing more if I would like to have a higher number of portable potties. I may get a few unwanted double floppies from it. 49. I thought I had put myself up to 50. Okay, well let's just buy one more. I think 50 portable potties will be more than enough for the remainder of this challenge. When I get to the point where Metal Greymon no longer has any usefulness, I will probably just grind at Beetle Land until he fades away. You know, just train, sleep, use portable potties when the toilet is needed, and then in the next lifespan, when the egg hatches and I have a baby Digimon, go to Beetle Land, do training, and use portable potties whenever my Digimon needs the toilet. So they will come in handy, the portable potties. Okay, well, a fair bit of progress has been made since we last saved. I'm happy to let Metal Greymon sleep and for me to have the option to save. It's not like time is a limited resource. You know, we've got more than enough time to see to the things that I've mentioned about trying to get done in this lifespan ahead of the next lifespan. You know, there will come a point where I will have nothing more to do, and I will just be passing the time until Metal Greymon fades away. Passing the time in Beetle Land, training and sleeping, trying to get time to go by as quickly as possible. I am heading to the Great Canyon from here. The Gaborimons are the next thing on my mind. Which means that learning Megaton Punch is what I'm focused on. I know I could learn it with Muncymon and would have a statistical better chance of learning it with Muncymon, but I just want to, in the next lifespan, take Numamon to Toy Town, Digivolve to Muncymon, and then be ready for the battle against Whamon. I don't really want to have to make any sort of preparations while I've got Muncimon as my Digimon. If I can learn Megaton Punch in this lifespan with Metal Greymon, then my techniques will be all sorted. When I digivolve to Muncimon, I'll have Megaton Punch and Muscle Charge. Items will be all sorted. Yeah, plenty of medium recoveries, medium MPs, giant meats, autopilots, portable potties. And from the training that I'm going to be doing in Beetle Land, you know, hopefully my stats will be reasonable enough when I have Muncimon as my Digimon, you know, when I digivolve from Kunemon to Muncimon. But bringing our attention back to the present, this is where I will be trying to learn Megaton Punch. I can safely say that probably would have taken a lot less tries had I had battle as my first nature instead of having it as my third nature. Learning Megaton Punch proved to be quite a difficult task. I did eventually get there, but the number of battles has caused the sweat bubble to show up, which, to be honest, I'm not hugely concerned about. Whenever the clock is about to strike a new hour, I will produce an animation that will hopefully prevent sickness. My happiness and discipline will get affected, my lifespan might get affected, but I don't need to worry about that. There's not a great deal left to do in this lifespan. I've come to Friesland to grind for an ice mushroom, and then from here I'll probably go to the native forest and grind for a blue apple. Okay, I've got an ice mushroom. I think I'll go to the native forest that's near where you encounter Etamon, near where you encounter Palmon, near Kunemon's bed, like a bit south of Kunemon's bed. Grind for a blue apple, and then when I do get one, go to Beetle Land afterwards and just pass the time until Metal Greymon fades away. Yeah, I know a blue apple can spawn down here. Okay, well, I'll just enter, leave, re-enter, and just keep going like that, with the hope that eventually a blue apple will show up. No joy so far, so I'm going to do things a bit differently. Check here as well for a blue apple. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Blue apple is here. Yeah, I tried this area, didn't see a blue apple, so then I decided to go from... I then decided to try this area as well, because a blue apple can spawn here. Thought I would try this area and the area that I was previously at, and I did eventually get a blue apple to show up. Okay, so this is where I just want Metal Greymon to fade away. I will pass the time by training. I won't rest. I won't feed Metal Greymon. I mean, I will give him portable potties because I don't want the virus gorge to be filling up, and I will sleep because that will help to pass the time. And the sweat bubble will feature. It will cause happiness and discipline to go down. It might get to the point where we end up seeing the butterfly, and that's all good because it will shorten our lifespan, resulting in Metal Greymon fading away sooner, which will mean being done with this lifespan at an earlier point and being able to move on to the next lifespan. Okay, I'm just going to be doing more of the same, and I think you've gotten the gist of what I'm going to be doing, so I've decided to speed up the video, and it's just going to be like this until Metal Greymon fades away. Okay, Metal Greymon is fading away. We are entering the new lifespan where we will be seeing to the final recruitment, that being Muncymon. I'll be choosing the green egg, which obviously Bottomon will hatch from. We'll digivolve to Koromon. I will aim to digivolve from Koromon to Agumon, and then from Agumon to Numamon. I will go to Beetle Land. I will train. It will help with getting better stats. It will help with passing the time. It's going to take 4 days to digivolve from Agumon to Numamon, because for rookies, natural digivolutions become possible after 72 hours. But digivolving to Numamon doesn't happen until 96 hours, and it only happens if you fail to have 3 or more of the requirements fulfilled for any of the natural digivolutions in between hours 72 and 96. So we're going to have Agumon for 4 days before he will digivolve. And from looking at the Digivolution guide, I don't want to fulfill any more than 2 of the requirements for any of Agumon's natural Digivolutions. And if I have my care mistakes at a minimum of 6, and have my weight below 15, then I believe that I will digivolve to Numamon regardless of my stats. Because I don't believe that I will fulfill 3 of the requirements for any of the natural digivolutions if I have my care mistakes over 5 and weight under 15. If I get up Agumon's digivolutions, in Greymon, the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. I won't fulfill that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I won't fulfill that. That makes stats and the bonus condition irrelevant. The stats are 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 speed, and 100 brains. Whereas the bonus condition, there's 2 elements for it. One is for discipline to be at a minimum of 90%. The other is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. Yuramon, the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. I will fulfill that. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. I won't fulfill that. The bonus condition, there's 2 elements, either a minimum of 10 battles or a minimum of 28 techniques. I won't fulfill that, and that makes stats irrelevant. But the stat requirement for Yuramon is 100 attack. Birdramon, the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3, I will fulfill that. The weight requirement is 15 to 25, I won't fulfill that. The bonus condition, there's 2 elements, either have a minimum of 35 techniques or have Biomon as your partner Digimon. I won't fulfill that. Therefore, stats are irrelevant, but the stat requirement for Birdramon is 100 speed. Centauramon, the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. I won't fulfill that. Weight requirement 25 to 35. I won't fulfill that. That makes everything else irrelevant. But the bonus condition, there's 2 elements. One is for discipline to be at a minimum of 60%. The other is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. As for the stat requirement, that is 100 brains. Monochromon, the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3, won't fulfill that. Weight requirement 35 to 45, won't fulfill that, which makes everything else irrelevant. There's 2 elements to the bonus condition, either a maximum of 5 battles or a minimum of 35 techniques. And the stat requirement is 1000 HP, 100 defense, and 100 brains. Lastly, Tyrannomon, the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. I won't be fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, I won't be fulfilling that. Which makes the bonus condition and stats irrelevant, but the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense, whereas the bonus condition has 2 elements, a maximum of 5 battles, or a minimum of 28 techniques. So you can see, as long as I have a minimum of 6 care mistakes and keep my weight under 15, I'm not going to digivolve to any of Ogumon's natural champions. And that's regardless of what stats I've got. So I can have the peace of mind of training stats, getting them where I want them to be, without the concern of it jeopardizing my Digivolution. Now I'm working on attack at the moment. I think attack is a fairly significant stat. And also, when you have Kunemon as your Digimon, having attack as your best stat will result in you digivolving to Ogumon, which is the rookie Digimon that I want. So I'm training attack because it will come in handy, and because it's necessary for me digivolving to the rookie Digimon that I would like to digivolve to. That, of course, being Ogumon. Okay, we're digivolving. Agumon is the Digimon. And he wants to sleep. So I get the rookie Digimon that I want, and immediately get presented with the opportunity to sleep and thus save, and now we can carry on. And I did encounter a bit of a problem, and that's that I was hoping to get the care mistakes from not feeding my Digimon. That would result in care mistakes, and would also limit my weight, which would greatly help with my plan to have 6 or more, a minimum of 6 care mistakes, and to keep my weight under 15. But the problem I encountered is that when Agumon wanted to eat and I just carried on training, the food bubble didn't go away. The food bubble remained, which meant that I wasn't able to... it meant that it wasn't easy to get care mistakes from refusing to feed my Digimon. So instead, it dawned on me that the care mistakes were going to have to come from Agumon messing on the floor. And I'm going to need to have him mess on the floor a minimum of 6 times. And I don't want to be seeing the sweat bubble, so I will be making use of the ability to rest. And I will you know, feed my Digimon if I can be confident that my weight will be able to stay under 15. It's currently 11. Giant meat will put it up to 13, so we're okay for now. I got my attack up to 300. I'm happy with that for the moment, so now I'm working on speed. When I digivolve to Numamon, my stats will go down by 20%. 20% of 300, I think that's 60, so I think it would fall to 240, but when I digivolve to Muncymon, I will get a big stat boost, and whatever my attack will be, when you consider that I will have Muscle Charge and Megaton Punch, I'm sure that I will be able to do pretty good damage against Muncymon. And if I was to have my speed match my attack, you know, get Agumon's speed up to about 300, allow for the deduction that will come from Numamon, plus the big increase that will come from Muncymon, I'm sure my speed will be plenty good enough if Megaton Punch is the technique that I'm going to be using. And I can't train brains here. I can train... Well, I have trained attack. I'm working on speed. I will probably move on to HP when I'm done with speed. I don't think I'm gonna worry about defense. I can't train MP here, but I'm not worried about that. I can't train brains here, and I don't know what my brain stat will be after Digivolve into Muncymon. I suspect that it might be under 300, but probably not too far away from 300. And Cherrymon will be in the misty trees just outside of Toy Town. So I can use Cherrymon to train my brains and get my brains up to 300 if training is going to be needed in order to achieve that. And then with 300 brains I'll have the distance command plus the ability to do 4 muscle charges. So that's attack and speed, both up to 300. I think I'll now focus on HP. And it might be a case of me just training HP until Agumon digivolves. My weight is plenty low enough in order for me to be able to get away with feeding Agumon should I want to. I did think that it was going to be a case of me maxing out my happiness and discipline with the blue apple and ice mushroom, and me then keeping my happiness and discipline at the maximum or thereabouts. But unfortunately I ended up needing to mess on the floor quite a few times, which affected happiness and discipline. We've overdone it with the training a couple of times, seeing Sweat Bubble That hasn't helped our happiness and discipline. Happiness and discipline has fallen. They are still in the positive, but not by a huge degree. Yeah, I don't need Agumon to mess on the floor anymore. I'm where I would like to be with regards to care mistakes. And there are no current issues with feeding Agumon. His weight is low enough. Where I was able to do a couple of scolds from Agumon refusing the portable potty, my discipline got a bit ahead of my happiness. So I thought I would balance it out a bit with some praising. Well, hopefully my happiness and discipline will now start to go back up, now that I don't need to mess on the floor anymore. I don't need to worry about food for the foreseeable future. And hopefully I can be a bit more careful with my training and avoid seeing the sweat bubble. I'm happy for him to refuse. Gives me an opportunity to improve my discipline. I decide to get my happiness close to the maximum from praising Agumon. I know it will affect his discipline, but all it takes is for Agumon to refuse an item a few times, a few scolds, and my discipline will be comfortably in the positive. Okay, well, discipline is at least a positive, that's something. Happiness is virtually at the maximum. Okay, happiness is now at the maximum. And I think it's just drifted away from the maximum. But we'll just continue to train HP. And this is where the training stops, because we are Digivolving. Yuramon is the Digimon that I have digivolved to, and he can do a bit of cleaning up for us. Yes, the world is a prettier place when it's not riddled with lumps of shit lying all over the place. So it would be nice if we can give the world a bit of a clean up. I think I will look out for items that can help with happiness and discipline, like happy mushrooms, blue apples, ice mushrooms. I think I'll look out for Dulux mushrooms as well. I mean, an ice mushroom would, I imagine, put Yumamon's discipline to the maximum. Something like a happy mushroom or blue apple, well, we could boost our discipline a bit with some scolding. Happiness will go down, but then we can recover the happiness with the happy mushroom or blue apple. I'm aware that a happy mushroom might cause sickness, but if we're in Toy Town with Yuramon as our Digimon, and we give him a happy mushroom and make him sick, that won't matter because we can just digivolve to Muncymon, and that will reverse the sickness. And I'm glad that I've been able to sleep and save, because the progress of digivolving to Yuramon is now safe. We are ready to go to Toy Town, digivolve to Muncymon, equip Megaton Punch and Muscle Charge, possibly do some brain training with Cherrymon if my brains is under 300. Speak to the robot, speak to Tinmon, who will unlock the door which leads towards Worumunsimon, and then Worumunsimon will be available to us for battle, where we can okay, I think I was forgetting that when you defeat Etamon, he gets replaced by a random Digimon. Okay, I decided just to run from the battle. It will negatively impact my happiness and discipline, but hopefully I can be a bit more cautious this time. As I was saying, defeat Worumunsimon, get presented with Hagurumon, present Hagurumon to the Tinmons, Munsimon will join the city, go back to where Worumunsimon was, speak to Nanimon, and then that will be the challenge complete. All we'll have to do is return to the city, speak to Jijimon. He will verify the recruitment of Munsimon, and that our number of prosperity points will be at 73, which I believe is the most that can be achieved under the restrictions of this challenge. Numamon wants to eat. I will feed him a happy mushroom, but I'm going to put his discipline up by scolding him. Get my discipline somewhat ahead of my happiness, and then feed him a happy mushroom. It's caused sickness, but it doesn't matter. If I just ensure that I produce an animation every time the clock strikes a new hour. My happiness and discipline won't be affected by the sickness. And I also won't be any closer to dying from the sickness either. A blue flute sure has come in handy throughout this challenge, you know, not just for getting from the Dragon Eye Lake to Beetle Land and the reverse journey, but also producing animations when animations have been needed. Just offer my Digimon the blue flute. They will decline it, so there'll be no risk of me losing the item. So I'm able to get the animation freely and easily. Well, if I do need to train brains, the Digipine will come in handy. It will increase the stat boost that we get, I think by 50%. Okay, sickness is obsolete. We are digivolving to Muncymon, and we can see what our stats are going to be like. Okay, Whamon is available. The door has been unlocked. Sonic Jab, don't want you. Megaton Punch, do want you. Muscle Charge, do want you. Brains is 264, so we need to do some training to get it up to 300. HP is about 3,500. Attack and speed were both over 350. So with 4 muscle charges, hopefully we will be able to get our attack up to the maximum during a battle. If not the absolute maximum, then at least get it close to the maximum. I would also like to sleep before challenging Whamon, just so that I can save. So I will continue to train, but it's solely in the interest of passing the time until Muncymon wants to sleep, so that I will be able to save my progress and give myself a bit of a safety net ahead of the exploration of Toy Town. Okay, he wants to sleep, that's good. The challenge isn't just defeating Whamon, it's also about trying to avoid getting into battles, well, unwanted battles with the random Digimon, something that I am terrible at, hence why I'm taking the liberty of saving. Okay, made it past the Tokomons. Made it past the Tankmons. And made it past the clear Agumons. Warumunsimon is hiding away in the small box. So let's be stupid and pick the big box. And then out comes Warumunsimon from the small box. Will he drop a HP chip? No, but we learned Buster Dive. And even if he did drop a HP chip, I don't think we would have been able to have collected it based on where it would have been dropped and the location that he's currently at. But the most important thing is Hagurumon is now ours, or should I say briefly ours, because we're going to be giving him to the Tinmon, so then he'll belong with the Tinmon, which to be fair is the right place for him. Okay, so speak to Tinmon, give them Hagurumon, Muntsimon will join the city, go back to where Warumunsimon was, Nanimon will be there instead, and that will be our third time of encountering Nanimon, and then we will be done with the challenge. All that will be left to do will be to go back to the city, just so that we can have clarification from Jijimon that we have 73 prosperity points. I won't be able to save in Jijimon's house using the save machine, because that will go against the rules of the challenge. But after we speak to Nanimon, if we can backtrack to this area and then go outside to where Cherrymon is and train Brains until Muncymon wants to sleep again, and we can then autopilot back to the city, speak to Jijimon, and then we can save by sleeping, and then that will be where the challenge will end. The only remaining challenge really is trying to get through Toy Town without getting into any unwanted battles. I mean, we've managed to make it to the final room, and the return journey is always easier. There's less risk of us running into trouble, but I won't hold my breath. If I can just avoid the Tankmons and the Toyogumons, then I shouldn't have anything to worry about. Okay, well, I don't want to speak too soon, but I can't really think of anything else that can go wrong by this stage. So we are virtually at the end of the video, virtually at the end of the challenge. I don't know what you viewers thought of this challenge, but I hope that you liked it. I hope that you enjoyed being part of the journey with me. Certainly I found this challenge to be quite unique, a breath of fresh air, enjoyable to do, certainly got me, you know, thinking outside of the box and having to you know, go about things in a sort of less normal way, you know, having to have a bit more originality to me, a bit more creativity to me, but you know, I enjoyed the challenge. I hope that, you know, those of you who stuck by and followed this challenge, you know, had a pleasant experience in doing so. Obviously, I don't know what you made of the challenge. You know, I can only hope that you liked it, and if you have watched it all the way through and are still watching it now, then I would like to thank you for choosing to devote your time to me. That means a lot. It's something that is flattering for me, knowing that there are people who like these challenges enough in order to devote their time to me and my videos, and there isn't really any more that I can say other than thank you. Hope you enjoyed. I hope that I am able to do something else in the not too distant future, and hopefully that is something that will appeal to you and be a pleasant experience on both sides. Hopefully I will like it, hopefully the viewers will like it, but with this challenge there's not really any more to say. Monthsimon has joined. We're at 73 prosperity points. Okay, so I will sleep, I will save, and that is where things will end.